Hello, good evening, and welcome to Tangent Tuesday, where I am playing some Citizen Sleeper still. I'm actually a little surprised because honestly, I kinda thought I might have finished the plot last week, twice, but I was wrong both times, so I'm honestly not sure where things are going or what's happening. But there's a lot of things that still need to be done. So I guess that's basically what I'm gonna do is do the things. All the things. Whichever of the things. Am I being unclear enough? Maybe. But mostly I'm babbling to give the game enough time to load in. The music is more consistent on the menu screen, but that's not a good place to start. Now, I'm not sure what I'm doing here, because I'm pretty sure I should be over here. Obviously, I'm out of dice, so I do need to rest. So, yeah, there's nothing else I can do that I know of without more dice, so it does concern me that the mercenary is still here. It leads me to believe that maybe that isn't done, but anyway, I am going to have a nice sleep. You know what, I might even use a little bit of scrap. Bit of self-repair. Working on your own body is unsettling but necessary act. You can feel the new components under your skin. Yeah. All this to not have to spend a lot of money on more serum. Alright, here goes. Will I get good dice, please? Well, I'm very hungry. And I gotta admit, these are not the best dice. Oh, 2 4s, a 2, and 2 1s. Oh boy. Like, I mean, I want to forage for some fungus, but I'm not sure if it's safe with a 5. And also there's spores to be delivered. Those get delivered over here. The Haifa commune. Yeah, I don't have any more dials on this. So I have the Haifa labs to work on. I have the aviary, which I've been working on clearing out. We cross over. There is still a lot to be done up in the hub because I haven't touched it at all. There's still some work to do for yet again. There is building a house. Yeah, which I probably don't want to do with these dice. There is the still to work on at the bar. I'm so sad I can't get cheap food here anymore. And of course there is the work on the sidereal horizon, which is continuing-ish. But yeah, well, low numbers are best used for hacking, so maybe I can find a good hack target. Yadigan agent needs a 1 or a 3. So let's pop a 1 in there to bypass and extract. Actually, come to think of it, where is what's his name? Castor. Castor has not unlocked again. Okay. Possibly I used up everything that I could do with Castor. Let's see. Havenage. You know what? I want to use this 2 in the aviary. Let's hit up the other Yadigan agent because yeah, they take a 1. So we'll just extract from them. And we can sell this Yadigan information over here. And 10. The acquisitions officer eyes you suspiciously as you download the data to her terminal. This is more than she was expecting. Hey, guess what? I've got more! Okay, I will hold on to the other 2 Yadigan for now, because that is enough money to pay for food. Wait. I have suddenly had another thought. Let's go across. Go to the mushroom groves. I'm going to use one of my 4s with a 50% positive and 50% neutral chance of getting more Girol caps. The fungus that grow in the deep groves of the Greenway are typically avoided, but those with sharp eyes might find useful fruited bodies. Yes, gimme. Yes, I got some caps. Deep in a vent core, you find the amber caps of Girols. In this micro-ecosystem, they are protected from other stranger growths. Okay, now I have 3. Just gonna pop out. I kind of hate this transport thing. It's kind of wasting my time having to transport back and forth all the time. Emphas, hello. I have brought you 3 mushroom caps at last. There we go. Emphas wants to make this bold recipe. He'll need 3 handfuls of Girol caps, fresh and firm. Here we go. Emphas ingredient supplies. Emphas eagerly takes the bright yellow Girol caps. He seems pleased with them. Is that it? Oh, he's doing something with them. Girol prep. Emphas is working on gathering the ingredients and preparing the mushrooms. He doesn't like to rush these things. I just cut off another source of food. Oh no. Okay, I think I can eat at the commune. I think I can eat at the commune? Oh, please let me be able to eat at the commune. Let's see. No, I can't eat there. Okay, so I either have to buy from the farms or work for Minji. And I don't really have the dice to work for Minji today, so let's barter for some food. Farming Collective, who control the stacks, don't like to sell their food piecemeal, but for the right price, they'll let it go. Get in there. Get in there. Okay. There we go. That will do. Now, what to do with this 4? Well, while I contemplate what to do with the 4, I want to clear overgrowth with this 2. Once a corporate garden for impressing guests with gene-tweaked birds, now this chamber is a mess of overgrowth. You can change that. Yeah, and I really want to. 50% chance of being neutral, 50% chance of being negative. Here goes. Negative outcome, but I still got progress. The layers of growth are overwhelming and the stench of the rot distressing. You do what you can for now. Okay. Alright, I could use the 4 to gather spores, which would be for this. Or I could get... I could go across. I could get started on the hub. Because it has been untouched so far. I have a +2 on the spacer socializing because of my engage. The hub is thronging with spacers from across the surrogate systems. They can be a prickly bunch, but they know the place well. So I could gain some weightless wanderer. Basically, I can turn this 4 into a 6, which would give me an absolutely positive result, which should be 2 weightless wanderer, and should get the hub going. So I think that's the choice. I think that's the choice for today. Hey, I got energy too for a positive outcome. Somehow you end up on a faction drive freighter for a long-awaited reunion between 2 spacer crews. Their knowledge is invaluable. Alright. I did not expect to get extra energy, but I guess they fed me. Did that open up anything? It did! The Gimbal Lounge, which is a spacer bar. Alright, we'll go have a look. Hopefully I won't need dice for this. No, buy a spacer meal. The gimbal sells itself on a spinning spear, which claims to produce therapeutic gravitational effects. It doesn't, but they sell food. Okay, that is 1 cryo more expensive than the stuff at the farms. Still, got the hub started at last. Of course, now I am out of dice again. The days go by quickly, because there is a lot to do. Cross to the Greenway to sleep at the Hyphen dorm, I think. I'm going to skip the self-repairs today. It's nice having a full complement of dice, but yeah, getting scrap is not guaranteed. Alright, have a nice snooze. Oh, those are good dice. Oh, what should I do with this beautiful 6? I know exactly what I'm doing with the 1, which is going to be, halfway ridiculous, but we're going to clear overgrowth in the aviary with this 1, because all I need is 1 more. overwhelming work, but I think it's done. Okay. Germinate spores. The old growth of the aviary has created a rich medium into which you can place the spores from the groves. They grow well here. Oh, man. I can't plant the seed here? I thought for sure I could plant the seed here. Maybe if I... fungal beds. The moist corners of the aviary make the perfect beds for the spores. Once they're filled, they can be left to grow. Maybe I can plant the seeds once I've planted the spores? But that means that I need spores. Man, she's also asking for spores. Ah! I should apparently be spending a lot of time collecting spores. Well, we can use one of the 4s to make that a 5 on a 50-50 between positive and neutral. While the grove mushrooms are dangerously inconsistent, spores provide a chance to gather or study these species in an untouched form. Okay, here goes. Alright, that was neutral. You find clumps of spores in a passage dripping with moisture. You gather them quickly, unable to identify their source. Okay, so I got 1 spore. Do I put it in the aviary or do I hand it over to the lab? I'm gonna put it in the aviary. I spent so much work and time clearing this aviary. We'll put the spores in here. You extract the spores from the sample print and mix with water, then inject them into the prepared mulch. It is precise work. Alright, that's 1. Let's cross to the rim. Is this engineering? Yes, it is engineering. Okay. I have a chance of getting scrap from any engineering job. So... I can make this a 4, which gives me a 25% positive, 50% neutral, 25% negative possibilities. Okay. I could use the 4, but I would rather use the 4 for, say... I think I will use the 4 for the Yatigan work. And the 6 for the hub, maybe? Alright, we're going to attempt a build on the still here. Here goes nothing. Hey, positive! 2 points. Tala comes to help you for a bit and chats to you about her plans for the Overlook. A second pair of hands makes the work go easier. Well, I didn't get scrap, but I did get a good result, so I will be cautiously pleased by that. Emphas is still cooking. Now I can turn this 4 into a 6 on here. Because I have +2 engage now. So I am going to do that because we're going to make good progress. One mechanic ties It's a new filtration system that blocks atrium, and after you help install it, he offers you some of the remaining scrap. Perfect. Now I can do repairs before I go to bed tonight. While I'm here, I'm going to come to the offices and sell them my other 2 bits of Yatkin data. Socialize with the spacers, or I could access manifests. A 6 in either one has the same results. Well, we socialized yesterday. Today, let's access some manifests. So let's do that. Start to draw connections from manifest to manifest, noting the patterns and flows. There's something beautiful in the chaos. Hurrah! I think I might still have the game a little while. Let's nudge that down. There we go. Okay, there's only 2 more left on Weightless Wanderer. Probably should have done this ages ago. What do we have here? Bliss, ship mechanic. Do I see another engineering task before my eyes? No way, Moritz. You take those substandard filters back to the shitheels who sold you them. You hear the voice echoing out of the bay as you pass, and moments later, someone who you assume is Moritz drifts out with it, dragging a pallet of filter cartridges by a tether. Ship mechanic on the hub. Okay. Hi, Bliss. Hey, you out there. The same voice echoes out of the entrance. Looking for work. Yes? Who, me? Yes? Almost always? I just need a hand. Get in here. The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expected. She is floating in the microgravity of the docking bay, beside a half-deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. She points a wrench in your direction. You know anything about these things? She doesn't wait for an answer. Scratch that. Just help me with the casing. Help her or stay put. You know what? Help her. All right, then. She deftly moves around the unit, making space for you beside the central seam and the dented case. Just take a grip here and lift out and up, and then I can get in and unbolt it. She whacks the unit with the wrench. Whole thing is twisted to shit. You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away, the metal squealing from the force. She puts her hand under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them in her other hand when they spiral free. All good. The casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of the unit's interior. She whistles at the mess of ducts and filters. By the way, everyone calls me Bliss. She pats you on the shoulder, offering little in the way of an explanation. What do you do here, or is this your bay? Is this your bay? It is for now, yeah, whether I like it or not. She looks at you like that should mean something. I'm sure it does to her. Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the ductwork, looking for fractured pipes. We haggle for contracts, but the good ones get snapped up quick by the bigger bays, so here I am trying to get this M2 unit running again for one of the freelance tugs. Small-time stuff. Hold this. She rips out a ribbed pipe and hands it to you like a freshly caught fish. We turn stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance at landing something bigger. Something starts hissing in the unit, and Bliss quietens it with a precise whack. But, to be honest with you, the way things are going, I can already see the other crews licking their lips, ready to take this place over. She looks up at you. I'm almost out of luck. What happened? Or offer to help? What happened? Long story. Some people just can't keep promises. She keeps working, twisting aside pipes with care. There we are. Bliss pulls her hand from deep inside the unit, and out it comes, clutching a lumpen cube scorched black. This thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself out the side. You both duck down to the side of the unit and spot the exit wound, its edges fringed with more scorch marks. Grab me a replacement converter from the racks, will you? Head to the rack? Or where is it? You know what? I feel like I'm observant enough to figure out where the rack is. You kick off from the unit and drift over to the wall racks, where a catalog of parts sits secured in clamps. Colored tape and scrawled notes flutter across the wall, a complex organizational system of Bliss's own design. Or just a big mess. You try to pick out the right part. What did she... Lumpen cube. Scorched black. Converter. Doesn't say whether it's an M2 or an F4. But it's definitely not a PC transformer. That's something else entirely. Let's grab an F4. I'm feeling... As long as I don't press Alt, it'll be fine, right? You grab the part and push back to the unit. Bliss taps the casing as you arrive, where an M2 is printed in heavy blue lettering. Not exactly what I was looking for. She takes the part. It's okay. I'll show you the system when we're done. She straightens up from the unit. That is, if you want to work here. Bliss rubs her hands clean, looking down at her palms. Truth is, I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem like you might at least be better at spotting a clean air filter than Moritz. I'd be happy to. I'll consider it. I'd be happy to. Wait, she frowns at the racks. That's not all of it. My old business partner, they rinsed the place, emptied the accounts. To bid for jobs, we need to put down deposits, bring in parts, pay tug fees. For that, she looks nervous, embarrassed. We need chits. You want me to pay to work? An investment? An investment? Exactly. Partners. Straight split. Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off into the distance. I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking any random passerby to be my business partner. No offense, she manages a smile. It is pretty weird, or I get it. You know, desperation makes for strange bedfellows. You know, I get it. Thanks, she meets her eye. I appreciate it. Bliss goes back to working on the unit. Look, it's no pressure. You find the money, or you find someone who has, or you just forget the whole thing. Up to you. She gestures for you to help her refit the casing, and you both slot it back into place. I think I'm good to wrap this one up for now. But if you're into it, come back and we can bid on a new contract. Something to get our teeth into. Something that pays. She gives you a serious look. You can trust me. I don't say this stuff lightly. You kick away from the bay, propelling yourself back to the handholds at the entrance. You slip out with a wave, and as you do, someone slips back in. You hear Bliss as you glide down the passageway. Moritz, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean... You smile. Seems like this could be interesting. You know, I agree with the narrator. Okay, so I have added a drive. Which drive have I added? Help Bliss compete. Bliss needs investment and hard work to turn her repair bay around. Could you be her business partner? Invest in Bliss's bay. Okay. Let's have a look at that. A seed money, a scam, or an opportunity. Bliss seems solid enough, and this might be your best chance to get in on the hub's repair trade. Well, compared to the amount that I currently have, that is not a painful amount of money at the moment. I'm going to have to think about that. I am going to have to think about that. Okay, over here to the farms. Barter for some food. Farmers take the chits hesitantly and then pass you the food. Yay! Okay, and another day, another need for more dice. To the dorms! We will put the scrap that I just got in. Get a point. There we go. And... useful dice, useful dice, useful dice! Come on! Come on! Oh, those are some useful dice. Thank you. Okay. Over here, they want mushrooms. They take them 2 at a time, and I don't have enough. I should collect some spores. Do I want to use my 3 here, or do I want to use my 5? I could both collect mushrooms and forage for spores, but then... she said. I can use the 1 for more hacking. Okay, let's use the 5 to forage. Deep in the vent core, you find the amber caps and girls. Micro-ecosystem, they are protected from other stranger growths. Okay, so I've got more mushrooms. I'm going to use the 3 to forage. And hope for the best. Neutral! Okay, find clumps of spores in a passage dripping with moisture. You gather them quickly, unable to identify their source. Okay. Let's split the difference between the labs and the aviary. The last one I gave to the aviary, so let's give these ones to the lab. Rico has asked for samples of spores from the deep growths of the Greenway. With them, she might better understand how the biosphere functions. Spores for you, Rico! Rico is grateful for the contribution. Sleeper, you warm my heart with each delivery. Thank you. This is the first time I've delivered to you, but okay. Has anything changed at the aviary? No. Okay, I need to cross. Because all the hacking is over here. We'll use the 1 on this Yadigan agent and extract their data and hopefully get 2. Yes, excellent. And then come down here and sell the data to Havenage. Now, the question is where to use these 2 6s. I could work some more on the still. Memphis is still working. I could possibly complete out the Yataghan Insider. I could finish out the hub. Actually, you know what? We are going to go and we're going to invest in Bliss's Bay. Excuse me, hello. Investment. Bliss is incredibly grateful. I'll pay back every chit, I promise you. You guess you two are partners now. Yep, we are. And... okay, Bliss is bidding on jobs at the hub. It'll take a few cycles and some perseverance. Okay. Do I want to finish this out? I think I want to finish this. Let's socialize. Somehow you end up on a faction drive freighter for a long-awaited reunion between two spacer crews. Their knowledge is invaluable. That completes Weightless Wanderer. And I think they fed me again. Another bed? Kisho capsules. Spacer sleeping berths. What do we have here? The only place to sleep on the hub. Hacked off a colony ship and welded to the ring. They're surprisingly expensive to rent. 48 cryo! What the heck? The hub is weird. I'm gonna need to remember to come back here and check up on Bliss, though. What to do with this 6? I could work on the derelict unit. I could work on the still. I could work for Yataghan. I'm very curious where the Yataghan thing is going. I could also work on the colony ship. That would get me more money. You know what? Let's go. I just spent a lot of money, so let's actually go and put in a shift at the sidereal, because that has a lot of progress left on it. All right, here goes. You spend the shift in a flow state, linking systems to systems like thread on a loom. Your mind is a diagram of cause and effect. Alright. That made some good progress. Okay. Back across to the Greenway. Hit up the farms for some food. Please feed me, I'm starving. Nice, nice. This still looks like the symbol for a person with headphones and a headset at just the right angle. Okay, and the dorm. Do I self-repair? No, let's leave it be for now. Have a nice sleep. Do I get good dice? okay, dice. Okay, I'm probably going to regret this, but I'm going to... I believe Emphys has come due. Yeah, there we are. Hey, Emphys! This has been one of the longest quests that I still have. Emphys is preparing the gorilla caps. He has had to heavily adapt the recipe, he says, but the smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish-white bulb you've never seen before, and he is slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushrooms and then places them in the wok with the sliced bulb and the oil. They caramelize there, in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent and opaque, and then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. We have a moment, Sleeper, he smiles. Do you have a story? Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia, something distant and melancholic. It seems like the story should match the feeling somehow, and maybe you will feel better for telling it. Recall your oldest memories. Tell another sleeper's story. Distant and melancholic. Recall my oldest memories. You start by explaining that when you are emulated from a person, many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it is an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant and malleable, or perhaps it is a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit that you don't really know. What you do know is that some memories survive, and that on occasion they come back to you, like shadows passing overhead. You detail one reoccurring memory, which despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think it familiar, always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory, and then how that wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you have forgotten something important, but just can't bring it to mind. Emphys nods throughout, cooking as he does, with deft and skillful movements. You start to trail off when you realize you can't find the words to explain how the memories you do have feel like both yours and someone else's at the same time, and how that always fills you with a certain sadness. The sadness of remaining forever unknown, even to yourself. Emphys finishes cooking and meets your eye. I'm sorry, Sleeper, for your troubles. He puts the wok to one side. I appreciate you sharing with me. He smiles. I hope it lightens you a little. He passes you a bowl and heaps the girolles into it, their yellow color mixing with the pale sauce in whirls and blooms. Eat! The dish is delicious. Filling, it warms you as you eat it in a way that you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It is a small mercy, you think, that S&ARC left you this pleasure. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experience. You know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need for embodied experience must be met. That is why you breathe even when you do not need air. Without that simulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it to produce energy from the raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power, so much is wasted. And yet, while you eat this food and feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. As you finish, Emphys takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say anything more. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways back into the bright market, somehow changed. Huh. That's just nice. Bring Emphys Matsutake caps. Oh boy. Okay, Emphys mentions an old recipe for Matsutake broth. All he needs are 2 handfuls of Matsutake caps, freshly sourced. Oh, I hope that's what I can grow. But the food has opened up again, so... However, I am very full. Apparently that was very delicious. The One is good for hacking, and I'm in the right place for hacking, so... Hello, Yatkin agent. I am taking more data from you. Extracting. Alright. And then I can sell that data to Havenage. And get back to rebuilding my money after investing in Bliss. There we go. Okay, 2 4s and a 3. Well, speaking of Bliss, I think she's probably still bidding, but we should double check. Yeah. Still 2 more on that one. Back down we go. I think I should use the 3 to gather more spores. Or maybe one of the 4s, but I think I want to put something into the still. I have a 75% chance of a positive, or at least neutral. That seems good. Here goes. Positive! Yes! Tala comes to help you for a bit and chats to you about her plans for the Overlook. A second pair of hands make the works go easier. 2 more. Yes, and I didn't lose any energy. Okay, I have decided. I will use one of these 4s to work for Yatigan, because I can turn that into a 6 on collecting tithes. Nice, nice. I got a piece of scrap too. And then cross to the Greenway. Let's go spore hunting. 50-50 on positive and neutral. Here we go. You find clumps of spores in a passage dripping with moisture. You gather them quickly, unable to identify their source. Okay. Into the aviary these go. Germinate, little spores! Germinate! Okay. And I absolutely do not need food, so let's input some scrap that I just got. I'll still only have the 4 dice, but that'll be fine. Alright, have a snooze. Oh boy. Oh, I don't think I'm gathering any spores today. Oh, where to use this 6 though? I mean, I could use the 6 to gather spores, but I don't know that that's the best idea. I could use it to work on the house. 1s and 2s are good for hacking, especially Havenage agents take 2s. Let's chuck a 2 in there. Bypass their protocols. Extra data. Now, the question is, do I want to use this 2 to hack another Havenage agent if I can find one? Or do I want to use it for something I cannot fail at? What do I have left that I cannot fail at? Just the building of the... Yeah, building the colony ship is the only non-fail that I have. I still don't know where I want to use this 6 though. Well, let's use the 1 to access a Yatigan agent. And then I can sell... Oh! I can enter the Tavla room now. The Tavla room in the Tambour houses some of the best players in the low end. This is serious, high-stakes only play. You can get up to 24 cryo here. That is very impressive. Speaking of 20 cryo, Yatigan is paying for Havenage information. We will give them a surfeit. Okay, that's 10. That's another 10. The tea house's enforcer signals for a hacker to come out for the upload. Their eyes widen as the data streams into their system. Ha 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 ha. Okay, and then Havenage, in turn, pays for Yatigan data. And that is 40 cryo for some pretty cruddy dice. And then we will shove the 2 in here. 25% positive, 50% neutral, 25% negative. Either way we make money, but I might lose some condition. We'll see. Here we go. Hey, positive! That was very unlikely. You spend the shift in a flow state, linking systems to systems like thread on a loom. Your mind is a diagram of cause and effect. Nice, 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 nice. Where do I take this 6? What is Bliss is probably still at it. I think she was a 3? Yeah, it was a 3. So next day. Next day. Yeah, there is nothing to hack here. 'Cause I broke it. I could get the last thing on Yatigan, but that's probably going to set off a timer. I'm gonna leave that alone. I don't think a 6 is the right choice for that one. I could engineer and hope that I get some scrap. I could go for spores. You know, I kind of want to know what happens if I fill out the aviary. Sorry, Tala. My curiosity will kill me, probably. Alright, mushroom groves. I'm going to collect spores. Yes. 2. You find a chamber thick with pale particles. You gather as many as you can, unsure what species or types might be in the mix. Ooh la la. Okay. We can put one in the aviary. Actually, wait. Let's give one to the labs first. Here you go. Warm my heart with each delivery. Yeah. Okay, and the other one can go into the aviary to complete it. Okay. Extract the spores with sample mix and mix with water. And then inject them into the prepared mulch. Precise work, but done. Okay, and then the aviary. The spores need time to germinate and spread in the aviary. The indirect sun of a few cycles should help them along. 4 days. Oh boy. Alright. And I'm out of dice. Alright. I'm going to sleep without repairing. Those are spectacular dice. Oh boy. Moritz. Hey, a quiet voice greets you as you leave. Sleeper, it's me. Who? Do I know you? Do I know you? Moritz. He pauses. I work for Bliss? He rubs the back of his head. You're not an easy person to find. I move around, or I don't really have an address. I move around. Moritz holds up his hands. Hey, no judgment, it's cool. You both stand there for a moment, each waiting for the other to speak. So... what's up? Yeah, well, Bliss needs you. A job just came in. A real big one. She's asking for you to come and help her out. He nods sagely. I'll be right there, or okay, soon. I'll be right there. Nice, yeah. Moritz stands there for a little while, unsure if the message is delivered. I've got it, or we are done. I've got it. Cool. He looks around. Bliss just likes me to do a thorough job, you know? He rubs his hands together before burying them in his jacket pockets. There's something else he wants to say. I feel like there's something else that he wants to say or bring up or something. But that he doesn't know how. See you, Sleeper. Moritz ambles off down the corridor, kicking at a filter cap on his way out. Time to head to Bliss's Bay, then. Well, I know my first stop for the day. Off we go! Alright, and then across and up. What the? Oh boy, it's a timer. Okay. Let's see. Critical action. Full system flush. Bliss has an idea. A full system flush with tracer fluid to reveal the leaks, which means an emergency venting of all tasks. Brilliant. Dangerous. Okay, so sealing the leaks and Ember's Wake contract. Okay, the Ember's Wake... 3 days! Somehow, Bliss swung a tanker contract, but the catch is that the work needs to be turned around fast. Too fast. Okay. The fact that I have 2 6s today is going to be spectacular, because I can shove a 6 into the full system flush, and that will get 4. What do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that'll get me halfway with 1 action. Okay, and we have a tank recladding. Typically, the way to fix this kind of leak is to painstakingly inspect and reseal the entire ship's cladding. But is there time? Oh boy. Okay, well, I'm glad I came here first. 1-6 for the full system flush. Here we go. You carefully trigger the emergency sequence and the tracer fluid does its job. All the leaks are revealed. Now you just need to seal them. Ha-ha! Okay, and then the tank recladding can get up to 2 progress. I don't really want to spend my other 6 here, but I think a 5 will do well enough. Shove a 5 in there. 50% positive, 50% neutral. Here goes. Positive, yes! Your careful and focused inspection is rewarded with the discovery of a set of leaks. You seal them up tight. Perfect. Now there's just 2 chunks left and 3 days. And I can use this 3 and this 6 elsewhere. Perfect. You're welcome, Bliss. Let's see. Debating where to use the 6, but maybe use the 3 here? I can turn that into a 5 on the collecting tithes. Oh, I also got scrap. Perfect. Okay, we'll turn the 3 into a 5, which gives 50-50 on positive and neutral on collecting tithes, which should complete the Yadigan Insider and maybe get me another piece of scrap? That would be useful. Here goes. Well, I didn't get more scrap, but among the craftsmen and merchants, you visit a chef who insists on feeding you and the other enforcers a rich stew of his own recipe. Okay, and that fills out the Yadigan dial. Which gets me another conversation with Rabia. This time, you meet inside Rabia's office, although now that you've seen it, office seems like the wrong term. You find her stood in an almost bare, shadowy unit, midway through a sequence of stretches. There are 2 low stools and a terminal in the corner, but it seems that most of the space is taken up by a heavy punching bag, rubber batting, and a stack of weights. When Rabia turns to greet you, you realize she is missing an arm. The prosthetic she usually wears is set in a cradle near the terminal, a web of colored wires running to it. Updates, she says, noticing you looking where her artificial arm usually is. Nothing to worry yourself with. Sorry, of course. I mean, considering who and what I am, of course. Sit, says Rabia, gesturing to the two diminutive stools. You both settle on the stools, Rabia crossing her legs on top and sitting straight-backed. Gia told me you've been doing the rounds, collecting tithes, patrolling the ward. She smiles. Some of the enforcers are impressed, and I hear you handled a few difficult circumstances. Nicely done. I wanted to help. I wanted to see for myself. She raises an eyebrow. See what for yourself? How a gang operates. If the stories are true, if I can trust you. If the stories are true. I see. Rabia flexes her neck side to side. And the conclusion? Only the good ones. Only the bad ones. Still deciding. You know what? I'm still deciding. Well, Sleeper, Rabia says teasingly, please keep us updated on any progress. She smiles a thin smile. Joking aside, I know that for you, life on the Eye has been a struggle, but I hope we can do something about that from here onwards. Though some of our members may not see it this way, I know you too are a refugee. She looks at you solemnly. That is why you have come to us. Enough, Rabia. Sabine's voice cuts through the conversation. I am tired of listening to your affected nobility. They cross the room, Rabia's baton in their hand, the end lit with sparkling electricity. Oh no. Oh, no. Don't. Why am I in the middle of this? No! I don't want to be in the middle of this. Rabia looks between the two of you. I suppose this ambush was another cooperation between you two? She looks strangely unfazed. No, they are acting alone. Yes, stay silent. No, I was not informed. Nobody informed me. I dislike the fact that I am here when this is happening. I don't really want to side with either side, but I have a feeling that if I stay silent, people are just going to assume things. Sabine's definitely not going to correct the assumption. No, they're acting alone. Sabine pauses, thrown off by a moment by your renunciation. Hey, if you told me you were going to do this, I would have been not here. Rabia takes this opportunity to act. She leaps from the stool and, fainting past Sabine, grabs the baton and twists it inwards. She is by far the stronger, and she pushes Sabine to their knees, plunging the crackling end of the baton towards their chest. They freeze there, Sabine struggling to keep the crackling baton from their skin. Stop, or stay silent. Does this... Stop! Then you support them? Rabia asks you, her eyes not leaving Sabine. Your loyalties are so easily swayed. No, I just don't want to see anybody hurt! I thought you were more than Yannick's attack dog, Rabia, Sabine spits back. Are you not able to think for yourself? Rabia holds the baton strong, and for a moment you think she is about to hammer it down into Sabine's chest. But after a painful wait, she throws Sabine down instead, then spins the baton in her hand, thumbing a switch, and shutting it off in a single move. Now what? Or, Rabia, explain. Now what? They both look at you, each still catching their breath, as if they had forgotten about your presence. Rabia cracks her neck. You're lucky I didn't kill you. I would have had every right, she shouts, the anger a release of tension more than a threat. Oh, they have backstory. Oh no. Oh no. Sabine lifts themselves a little. Bruised from the fall, they roll onto their side and cough. Rabia gives them some space, sitting back on the stool. Sabine props themselves up on their elbows and fixes Rabia with a hard stare. You have something to say? Rabia taunts. Say it. This is your final opportunity, because after this, she laughs, no coming back. What's the point? Sabine breathes heavily. She refuses to listen to criticism of the Great Yataghan Project. Rabia collects herself. Speak. She folds her arms and waits to be convinced. Sabine takes a breath, organizing their thoughts. They go to start, pause, then decide on another approach. Eventually they say it. Yannick is a traitor. Rabia immediately flinches, her eyes going to her prosthetic arm, her muscles clenching. But she rides it out, more eager to prove Sabine wrong than she is to hurt them, at least for now. Did I somehow diffuse the situation? When I came here from Essenarp, they glance at you, gauging your reaction. It was Yannick who was one of the first to support me, to look after me. I should have known then, but I was naive and afraid. Sabine turns to you, sleeper. They take a breath. I know that I should have told you I worked for Essenarp long ago, but I thought you would abandon me, and you are my final friend. What you should know is that I left Essenarp because I was running for my life. I leaked documents on the sleeper program, on the illegal and immoral practices it relied on, to the press. Essenarp wanted me dead, and I fled as far as I could to this refuge at the edge of the surrogate systems. Sabine stops to collect himself. What does this have to do with Yannick? Rabia interrupts. The sleeper knows you're Essenarp, I told them. And while you hide beneath the cover of being a whistleblower, you and I both know you worked on the sleeper program. Yannick told me as much. Yeah, it would be difficult to leak documents that you didn't have access to. Of course, Yannick, of course, Sabine worked on the sleeper program. Sabine's face falls. It is true. They glance at you and then away, ashamed. They lift their head. But it is Yannick, not me, who is in the pocket of Essenarp. Rabia flinches again. I can prove it. He made some kind of deal to keep me here, to tie me up in debt, to lock me away. In exchange... Rabia slams her hand on the desk. Just tell us, for God's sake. In exchange for those, Sabine finishes, nodding towards Rabia's prosthetic arm in its cradle. He's been using Yataghan enforcers, using you as test subjects for Essenarp technology. I have the data to prove it. He's been bringing them in under the guise of stolen shipments and having me fit them, knowing each one is capturing data and sending it back to its makers. Rabia's fixed expression has started to fade. Sabine produces a slate. It's all here, thousands of hours of usage data, failure rates, error dumps. These are untested implants, Rabia. They could short out, fail, cause cascading failures across a person's body. And they have. Sabine suddenly looks incredibly tired. I thought the error rate in the units was down to them being stolen or modified. I have tried to fix hundreds of failures in my time here. Not all of them. They stop, unable to continue. Rabia closes her eyes and breathes in. Then she opens them again. She holds out a hand to Sabine. Show me, she says. Later, much later, when you leave, Sabine is still talking Rabia through the manifest and usage data. Both of them crowded around the terminal as Sabine leads Rabia through each layer of Yannick's betrayal. As you leave, Sabine catches your eye, and something passes between you, something like a thank you, or a sorry, or some other expression that communicates both sadness and hope. I think I might have actually gotten a positive result out of that one. Rabia is going to be tied up for the next 3 days. Okay, where am I sitting? I'm sitting pretty. Pretty. I kind of want to build up to the 3 points to get the icebreaker. To get the +2 in interface. So I think I'm gonna sit on this. I need to finish more quests. Build a home, enter the Greenway, flotilla aid, grow mushrooms, working on that, help Bliss compete, doing that, help Rico's experiments, sort of doing that, improve the Overlook, win a ticket. Helping Bliss complete might... with tomorrow's dice, I might be able to complete that one. We're working on growing mushrooms. There's also the flotilla aid. If I gather more mushrooms, I would be able to progress that one. Okay, Emphas, hi. I am making no money today, but I have money to spend, so please feed me. Your mouth stings as your sensorium sends warning signals all over and over. This is good stuff. Spicy mushrooms. Okay, hopefully growing fungus is going to lead me to the kind of mushrooms that Emphas is looking for. I will use the 6 to forage in order to get at least one more girol, which I can take to the flotilla. Yes, this seems like a plan. 100% positive. Deep in a vent core, you find the amber caps of girols. In this micro-ecosystem, they are protected from other stranger growths. Okay, now I have 2. 2 is what I need for the climbing briar. Episode Flux is the first of 3 episodic updates to Citizen Sleeper, telling the story of the refugee flotilla which has arrived at the Eye. All 3 episodes, Flux, Refuge, and Purge, are now available. Completing the Supply Girols action will begin the episode, but be aware that it's intended for late gameplay. Okay, dang, I wasted the die. I don't consider myself to be in late gameplay at this point. There's still so much stuff to be completed. Consarn it. Okay, we are going to insert some more scrap components so that I can remain at flickering for just a bit longer. Halfway through growing mushrooms. We have to go to Bliss. I think... Whoop, I can't guarantee... Whoa, Ember's Wake. Okay, I cannot guarantee that tomorrow's dice will be any good. So I think what I need to do is use this 6 for the tank recladding to finish sealing the leaks. Alright, positive. Here we go. There we go. Alright. As you both wait in the airlock for it to cycle back to the bay, Bliss thumps you on the arm. Nicely done, Sleeper. We cleared that contract, no problem. She stretches. Once we are back in the bay, we can check if the payment has come through and divide it up. She stretches. Feels good. If the payments come through? The airlock clunks and the lights flicker, and a moment later you are back in the bay, where Moritz is at the racks, trying to figure out where the mess of tools Bliss left in her wake should be hung. Hey, Moritz. Leave him be. You know what? Let's say hi. Hi, Moritz. Moritz looks over his shoulder. Sleeper. He spins a wrench in his hand. Looked like clean work out there. He nods respectfully. this is a good look. This is a good look for him, actually. This basket of tools in one hand, something in the other. Yeah, this it looks right. I do worry that the this hasn't shifted, but it has only been a couple of days. You look over at Bliss, who is already gliding over to her management console. She twirls a little as she crosses the cavernous bay. No one you've ever met moves as well in zero-G as she does. It was like she was born into it. Shit. Bliss slams a fist onto the console. Shit. What's up? Look at Morris. What's up? I can't even... Bliss closes her eyes. Come here, Bliss calls you over. Look at this, just look. She spins the terminal screen, and you see the details for the bay's account. You see an entry for the Ember's wake, a repair fee paid in full the moment you finished up the job, but then directly after, the whole amount was transferred back out into an unknown account. Oh no. What the hell? How can this happen? What the hell? This is the work of my ex. She punches the terminal. He must have coded a backdoor into the machine before he left. She rubs her forehead. There's no way we can... She pauses, thinking. Moritz, throw me that wrench. She's going to fix it. She's going to fix it, all right. Let's play dumb. What's that for? Moritz spins the wrench across the bay. Bliss smiles. This. Bliss brings the wrench down on the terminal, hard. You flinch backwards as a hail of computer parts spill up into the bay in a glittering arc. Fragments of screen, memory, sections of the casing. Well, that'll certainly fix it. Did I mention I'm a hacker? When Bliss is done, she clips the wrench to her tool belt. Try backdooring your way into that, you shit. Moritz drifts out from his hiding place amongst the racks. Bliss, he says tentatively, you want me to... He looks at the arc of fragments drifting around the bay nervously. I suddenly have a really bad thought about who exactly gave Moritz those injuries. And I don't think it was Bliss. Bliss shakes her head. No, she sighs. I've got it. You go get me a new terminal, cheapest you can find. Cobble one together from pieces at the Ort Exchange if you have to. Bliss? Or can I help? Can I help? Bliss glides over to a panel by the wall. Don't worry, one of the first things I had installed when we spec'd out this place was a cleaning sweep. She flicks over a plastic cover of a huge red button. Watch yourself! Grab something! She hammers the button and a row of laser emitters unfold from the bay wall. Oh no, wow! They start crawling their way across the work area, frying the debris as they do in pulses of burning light. Bliss smiles. It's that or just space the whole bay every few cycles. Some of those could have been salvaged, maybe? What now? Or you okay? What now? Bliss sighs. We keep at it. The cleaning sweep buzzes and crackles as it works its way across the bay. That account wasn't everything. I'm not stupid. Once Moritz gets back, I'll secure it and flush everything else. She flicks a nearby piece of debris into the path of the sweep. Clean break. Then we take another contract. That's it. She shuts off the sweep as it reaches the near end of the bay. I'm in? Or you don't want the cryo back? You don't want the cryo back? Oh, I want it, but it's gone. He could have transferred it anywhere. She looks out across the hub. And even if I knew where he was, the last thing I want is to ever see him again. Have I mentioned I'm a hacker? She rubs her forehead. I'm sorry, Sleeper. I know you worked for this too, but next time won't be the same. That's okay, or better not be. That's okay. I guess we're in this together now. She smiles. See you in a few cycles. Moritz will let you know. She winks and kicks off into the bay to finish cleaning up. Oh, that is so annoying. I spent 80 credits for that. Oh, I want to hunt down her ex now. wow. Help bisc. Yeah, okay. Okay, they're still conferring. I need to make some money today because I didn't make any money yesterday, so I think I'm going to use these twos to hack some havenage agents. A 2 for you. Extract. Excellent. And you're havenage, right? Yes. A 2 for you. And extract. And then yet again are the ones who are paying for havenage data, so alright, 10 cryo. More cryo. Now up to 30 cryo and 40. All right. Let's use this 3 on the still. Because I still have a chance of getting scrap from that. And I could definitely use some more scrap. Alright. Here goes. Whoops. Wrong button. Oh man, that was a bit of a blonde moment. Hey, positive, and I got some scrap. So Tella came to help me for a bit and chat, and that means we are halfway. There's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. This is a very involved task. Alright, and that gives me some more scrap to use to keep myself at the flickering state. Pity about the mushroom spores today. Alright. Feed that scrap I just got into my components. Keep me flickering. Okay, that's some interesting dice for to be certain. Okay, Rabia and the one whose name just fluttered out of my head like a butterfly Sabine are still conferring, I guarantee. Let's harvest some spores. I can turn this 5 into a 6. Hopefully I'll have a use for extra spores. Alright, spores. Take those to the lab. Rico, I brought you some spores. that is a pretty symbol. Alright. Rico. Sleeper. Rico greets you without so much as looking up from her work. I have some of yours here. Come see. She beckons you over to a heavyweight-looking console, wired to a series of specimen jars, some of which contain your spores. Where did you get this? What does it say? What does it say? The spores you have here are a real cocktail, a selection of types within the groves, but I've been able to isolate a few. She taps one of the specimen jars. Here we have Trichloma matsutake. Rico breezes through the Latin and Japanese pronunciation as if it was nothing. A species Solheim somewhat modified for use on the station. She brings up a panel on her console showing a chemical composition, all gradiented bars and obtuse acronyms. This is the composition of the Solheim modified matsutake spores. Am I supposed to understand that? Or modified? Modified? Yes, every species on the eye is a tweaked variant of Solheim's, of course, but that's not the point. Rico brings up another panel, identical in layout, but with wildly different colors and numbers. You see, this is what your matsutake spores look like. They aren't the same? Or I don't understand. Okay, they aren't the same? That's the conclusion, yes. Rico glances at the specimen jar, as if it might have something to add. They are fundamentally the same spores, but they carry different chemicals, different signals. She leans back and sighs. Solheim may have introduced their own tweaked versions in the beginning, but the groves have, and still are, affecting them. Affecting them how? Or do they still grow? Affecting them how? I still think it's the gardener AI. I think it's the gardener AI. It's hard to tell without samples of fully grown mushrooms. She meets your eye, and herein lies our problem. Uh-huh. She moves to another desk where two trays sit side by side. The first contains nothing but plant mulch. The second you smell before you even look at it, the pungent aroma of the fruiting matsutake like rotting sudden overalls, laced with an edge of spice. Rotting sodden overalls. Okay. The matsutake here are grown from Solheim stalks, pulled from a spore vault in this complex. She winks. They are delicious, by the way. She sets them aside. The empty tray is germinated with the spores you collected. No activity, no germination, nothing. But the groves are full. Or you made a mistake. But the groves are full. Yes, they are. Rico looks at you directly, and you suddenly realize how much she is enjoying this. So here's our puzzle, Sleeper. Spores from the groves won't grow in the lab. Okay. But gathering fruiting bodies from the groves is too unpredictable. We need to grow a fruiting body from some of these spores so we can track it, understand it. In short, I need you to become my mushroom farmer. Actually, I already started. Rico looks impressed. Well, an eager mycologist. I'd never have guessed. I assume you set yourself up in the aviary? I've been eyeing that place up for its proximity to the groves. Yes, I did, actually. Bring me whatever grows, not just matsutake. There's more than a couple of variants in there, so I'll need plenty of samples. She plucks a matsutake cap from the tray. These little things are reflections of their conditions, their smell, their taste, their chemistry. It all derives from the conditions of their growth. She smells the cap. Enough of these, and we'll have a picture of what is happening here, of the ways in which this biosphere is modifying itself, or being modified, whichever the case may be. Rico pops the matsutake cap into her mouth, taking you by surprise. And don't worry, Sleeper, she says while softly chewing. If this turns out to be a dead end, I'll make sure that not a single mushroom will go to waste. By eating them herself? Okay, so I have to bring her samples. Let's see, girl samples. Matsutake samples. Okay. The pale and delicate girol mushrooms are more abundant than the matsutake, but Riko says they will still help the process. And matsutake samples. The rich and pungent matsutake caps are Riko's preferred subject of study. Something about the environmental sensitivity. Okay, so what I'm guessing is that I'm going to have to keep inputting 3 spores into the aviary and seeing what I get. I'm going to sit on these girols I have for a bit longer. 2 ones mean more hacking. I still need a place to plant this seed. I really thought the aviary was going to be it. I just don't know. I can spend a die to be fed. Let's use a 1 in order to get some food in me. And that will save me money today. Cross. Okay, and the other one I will use to hack. Were ones Yadigans or were they... ones were Yadigans, okay. Hack that Yadigan agent. Yes. Okay, and then go and sell that to Havenage. Here you go. I'm playing both sides in every sense of the word. 10. 20. Now, where to pull a guaranteed success? These 2 are still consulting. I could work on the house. On the colony ship. I could work on the still. Working on the still does have the chance of getting me the more scrap to use to keep myself at flickering. What progress are we seeing from Bliss? 4 days. Okay then. Let's work on the still. Let's work on the still. Bam! 2 more progress. Only 4 more to go. I did not get scrap that time though. That is unfortunate. Still, I feel like I'm making really good progress. I do really hate all the having to traverse, though. The traversing really burns. Okay, let's have a sleep. Oh, that's some nice dice. Aviary has come due. What is going on in here? The fruiting bodies are appearing. Girols are easy to find, but Matsutake and other stranger types will require extra effort. Take your pick. What do I do with these spores? Okay, so I can get 2 random rare mushrooms or +1 euro. So I can harvest 3 times and then I have to regrow, so I will need these fungal spores later, but not yet. Let's try for the rare mushrooms. Okay. You carefully pick out the best developed caps from the mulch, especially fascinated by the aroma of the club-like bodies you discover. Alright, so we've got matsutake and club head caps. Strange, unidentified club-shaped fruiting bodies. I could sit on the matsutake and hope that I get more tomorrow. Can I deliver the clubs? No, I can't. I cannot deliver the club heads. And it's specifically... Wait. Yeah, it's specifically matsutake he wants, not the club head. I am so torn. Okay, I'm gonna hang on to the matsutake because I do kind of want to deliver to Memphis. I've had that quest hanging over my head for so long. Let's deliver a gyro. Just so that I'm not here for nothing. Beautiful, Rico gushes as you hand over the golden caps. You've never seen anyone so excited about mushrooms. All right. I can use the 2 to hack, or I can use the 2 to get fed. Oh, wait, this has come due. Let's see what's going on with this. Maybe this is a place to use a 6. Also, sorry about the hiccups. They have crept up on me, and I don't know why they're here or when they will go. As you enter Rabia's office, you hear voices. Is that Sabine? You push open the door. Sleeper, what good timing, Rabia calls out as you enter. I wanted to introduce you to someone. Not Sabine, then. The man is standing at the center of the room, speaking quietly with Rabia. He turns as you come in. Meet Yannick. Huh? Sleeper, he nods. Been hearing good things from Rabi. He smiles an easy smile. That is not what I expected you to look like. Not using any of your own implants, huh? Good to meet you. Rabia, stay silent. Good to meet you? Likewise. He waves a ringed hand. Now, Rabi, where were we? Actually, Rabia places a hand on your shoulder. The sleeper was what I wanted to talk to you about. She doesn't spare you a look. What is going on? Well, okay then. Yannick tucks his hand into his pockets. Go on. I'd like to recommend them to your ward. A tiny pause. They have shown themselves to be a capable ally here on the spoke side, but we have more than enough to run our territories. I hear the main block is proving more difficult. Yannick leans forward slowly. It's a mess, Rabi. He waits, his tinted glasses shimmering despite the lack of light in the unit. I can use them, he suddenly decides. Rabia smiles. Good to hear. I can immediately... Yannick cuts her off with a raised hand. 1 second. He steps one surprisingly light step closer to you. You eager to work, Sleeper? Yes? What kind of work? What kind of work? Because I'm not really that good at enforcement. A question. Yannick lowers his head and raises it again as if he dropped something. Nothing new for you, he answers, not quite looking at you. You don't follow. What is he saying? That concludes it, Yannick pronounces. Sleeper can come work in the ward, anytime they like. You shoot Rabia a confused look. Rabia finally glances at you for a moment, but it's so fast you almost miss it. Good. I know you'll be happy with their work, Yan. Yannick reaches out and squeezes her shoulder. Sure, Rabbi, he says. Now please, he says, turning face to you. Let us old friends get back to it. He guides Rabia away, leaving you standing alone. Oh, Lord, these hiccups. Why did they have to show up just as I needed to read something long? You look to Rabia, and she's deep in conversation, and so, stunned and confused, you leave. New drive? Expose Yannick. If Sabine is right, Yannick has been working with S&R behind Yannick's back. Time to find out the truth. Gain Yannick's trust. Oh, I see. So that would be, yes, Yannick's ward. Low-end main block. Oh boy, it's an engage. Alright. So... I will always gain Yannick's trust, according to the predictive reasoning. Huh. Control the block. The massive block in the center of the low end is made up of layers and layers of units. Controlling this vertical city is a challenge. Oh man, it's danger work. Okay, but Yannick's trust. Yannick is a strange character, but he seems to understand the value of hard work. You'll gain his trust with time. And by working for him. Okay, so... I'm not being told the plan so that I cannot betray the plan. But I'm kind of seeing the plan. Alright, I would like to earn some money today. But if I earn money, I can't eat for free. Well, I'm gonna use one of the 6s to gain Yannick's trust right off. Factories, restaurants, surgeries, schools, the layers of the block are rich with stories and problems to solve. You're starting to learn them all. Okay. I think I will use the 2 to eat. But then where to take this 6? I could work on the still, hope for some scrap. Although, it's still another day before... every day. Oh, it's 2 days. Great. Whee! Let's work on the still. Please give me some scrap. I could really use it. Please. No scrap. But +2 on distillery. Only 2 more to go. Cross to the Greenway. put in my time at the... Put in some time on work assignment with the commune. Nice. Extra energy. It's good to be full. You're assigned to work in the grow beds among the plants and earth. You like it out here, and green shoots are reward enough. Alright. I should sleep. Please, good dice. Good enough dice. Okay. I can use the 5 to harvest mushrooms. Because that turns into a 6. And that should hopefully get me the matsutake that I need for my dear friend. Alright. I do not know what to do with these club head caps, but... Alright, cross. Caster is... yeah, I don't even know why Caster's still here. Emphasis stall. To Matsutake. Old recipe for Matsutake broth. All he needs are 2 handfuls of caps. Freshly sourced. Picked this morning. Alright. How long is that going to take him? 3 days. Emphas says he needs some time to ready the broth. Apparently there are some ingredients he still needs to source. Alright. 3 days. It's still a day more before whatever happens with Bliss happens. I could really use some more scrap. I can use the 3 to patrol with a 50-50 on positive and neutral. Here goes. Positive! Nice! Excellent, excellent. And then we go to the bar and turn the 4 into a 5 on rebuilding the still and pray for some scrap. Come on, scrap! Neutral. +1, no scrap. Fitting the coil into the still proves tricky, but you manage to figure out a process. Just hope the finished thing works. Okay, I will use... I don't need to use the 2 to eat, actually, now that I look at it. Sorry about the hiccups. I'm trying to hold my breath in between speaking, but it's a little tricky. use the 2 to hack. Extract data from that Havenage agent. Nice, nice. And then go sell it to Yatigan. Havenage data for you. Havenage data, excuse me, Havenage data for you. Man, I could have really used another piece of extra scrap. Possibly I could buy it outright. It would be kind of worth it. As long as they don't give me a ship mind piece. Here goes. Random scrap. Actually, that is exactly what I wanted. Thank you. That should be enough to keep me in flickering for another day. Okay, cross to the Greenway. I finished things so quickly. Alright, input the scrap, which will give me a bar, which will then be consumed when I sleep. Two 6s. Huh. Sleeper, Moritz is waiting for you on your way out. How have you been? Surviving or busy? Busy? I see, he nods. Well, I'll get right to it then. Bliss sent me down. We've scored another contract, and she needs your help. That's the message. He pauses. Look, I know last time the payment didn't come through, but you did good work. Bliss knows that. That's on her, or it's no problem. I still managed to get by, so it's no problem. Okay then. He pauses again. She's doing her best, you know. I know, or let's see. I know. He nods. See you up there. Moritz turns and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. Time to help Bliss, and maybe this time you think to yourself, it'll work out. I don't know, she might be cursed. Okay, let's go up and see what kind of time we're working with here. Ascend! What do we got here? The Sycamore Seed, a Haifa farm freighter. Does this one have a time limit? This one does not appear to have a time limit. Oh boy, okay, sacrifice section, which is a critical action which can only be done once. Vent a section and you have a better chance of saving the remaining crops, but you will lose some in the process. The question is, how many? And then there is reinforcing the bulkheads. Welding in a zero-G farm is tricky. The torch, the heat, the sealant, everything can damage the crop you're trying to save. Okay, so saving the crop. The sycamore seed needs to be reinforced and sealed, otherwise the crop will be lost. Versus fragile biome. The sycamore seed's internal biome is in trouble. Every action will bring it closer to collapse. Okay, so this action can add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to saving the crop. Or, yeah, Or it can break it. I'm not going to count all those pluses. I'm just going to be like, oh yes, that one breaks it. So that means that well, that means I should use one of my precious sixes right here. And pray. Here goes. Sacrifice a section. Eep. Okay. You vent the section in a progressive sequence, allowing Bliss to rapidly rescue crops while you work. You gain more than you lose. Okay. That's still added to Fragile Biome, but not by very much. I can complete the still today, or I could reinforce the bulkheads. I should use one of these twos to hack. But what to use this 6 for? I use 1-2 to eat. That would be great. Use 1-2 to hack, but where to use the 6? I don't really want to use it on the still, to be honest. This is a very difficult choice. I could go harvesting. You know what? Let's go and harvest. Let's go and harvest with it. No wait, this is the wrong harvest. Aviary harvest. Give me some rares. Oh, 2 Matsutake. Okay, and then drive complete. Okay, that puts me at okay, we're good. But oh, growing mushrooms once did it. Yeah, it's a cycle. Okay. So I put the spores in. Yeah, okay, we're cooking with gas now. Matsutake sample. The rich and pungent Matsutake caps are Riko's preferred subject of study. Something about their environmental sensitivity. Possibly because they're delicious? Ooh, that's a lot! You hand over the caps and Riko looks pleased. My amateur mycologist, thank you. Still don't know what to do with these clubs. Maybe helping Riko will give me some place to plant this seed. Take chances. Give her the Matsutake. Okay, there's only 4 left. Let's continue. We'll give her the Gorilla caps as well. Okay. We are cooking with gas. Oh, I came over here too soon. Darn it. I hate this crossing back and forth. It's so annoying. Twos are Havenage agents, right? Yeah, twos are Havenage agents. Bypass the security, extract the data, got extra 5 cryo. Nice, nice. And sell that data. Data. Okay, and then the last 2 I can use over here at the commune. Can do a bit of labor and be fed. Ooh, nice. Positive outcome. You're assigned to work in the grow beds among the plants on Earth. You like it out here, and green shoots are reward enough. You know what? We're gonna do it again. I'm pretty sure that scrap freighter is still there. It is. I'm going to buy a little bit more scrap. Nice. That will allow me to do some repairs and keep myself at flickering for just that little bit longer. Alright. Input some scrap. Have a sleep. Good dice. Excellent dice. Okay, let us start. Ascend. Go to over here. And reinforce the bulkheads. Let's use the 4. I am hoping that I get some scrap from this. I did not. But good progress. Back down we go. Let's use one of these 3s at the bar. %positive, 50% neutral, 25% negative. Here goes nothing. Finish that still. I got scrap! Yay! Alright. Tala stands back from the newly finished still and tub, hands on hips. Look at this, she grins. The overlooked distillery in all its glory. She squeezes you around the shoulders. Thank you. How's sourcing ingredients? Or what next? What next? There is an issue. What's the problem? Tell me. Well, Girol, the drink, as you probably guessed, is named after Girol the mushroom. That's what gives it that golden color and earthy taste. The alcohol is infused with the mushrooms along with a mix of spices. That means you need Girol caps to make Girol, but no one wants to supply us. The distilleries on the Greenway are taking all the stock from the farms out there, so it's hard to get a single cap across Founder's Gap. However, I have an idea, she smiles. We can grow our Girol caps here. She gestures at the increasingly equipment-filled back room. Are you sure? Or I can bring you mushrooms. No, I mean, if all I need to do is supply her with spores... are you sure? Totally sure. Tala puts a hand on the still. We made a still, we set all this up. How hard can growing mushrooms be? They don't need light, they barely need soil. We can do this. She pauses, or at least we could if we had something to grow them from. Like spores? Or I see where this is going. I see where this is going. She rolls her eyes. Okay, yes, I need a favor. She puts a hand on your shoulder, and you are the perfect person to get me those spores. She nods rapidly. Think about it. You built the still, you're great with plants, you know the eye like the back of your hand. Need I go on? Half of that isn't even true. Or are you flattering me? Great with plants? where do you think you got that info from? Are you flattering me? If it's working, then yes. She grins sheepishly. Look, I can't leave the bar and the other people picking up shifts, she grimaces. I'm saying it has to be you. Fine, or I'll think about it. Fine, I like you, Tala. Wonderful. You'll love it over on the Greenway, I think. All that fresh air, open space. She sees your expression. Okay, I'm done. She turns back to look at the still and the fledgling distillery forming around it. It really is something, though, isn't it? And want to or not, you really have to agree. Okay, so the bar... Yeah, she needs 3 spores. Okay. I don't know where to use this 6, but I think maybe I need to use the 3 for spores. I can turn the 3 into a 4. Oh boy. Well, here goes nothing. Ah! No! The mushrooms lead you deep into the rim, beyond sunlight, where moist dells glitter with strange growths. You barely make it back out. Okay, now I'm starving. Thankfully, the farm stacks are right here. Feed me! Oh, thank goodness. Okay. I am gonna need more food, but I need to figure out what to do with this 6 first. It'd be really good to use it as a way to earn some money. I could use it on the house, but that doesn't really... I could use it to gain Yannick's trust, but I really don't need a 6 for that. I need something that has a possibility of failure. I could use it for the repairs up top, but... This is a very difficult decision. I could use it for the bridge, but the fact is that I make money whether I succeed or fail there. It'd be nice to use the 6 to earn money, but I just wonder if that's the best choice. Because I could play some tabla. I can get up to 24 that way. Yeah, let's play some tabla. You hit a stride of good games, amassing a solid stack of chits. In your final game, a decisive defeat, the other player applauds. That's sweet. Okay, so I got 24 out of that. So I can buy a bit more scrap. Excellent. Admittedly, they won't let me buy any more, but oh, they're only selling ship mine fragments. Unfortunate. To go and spend a bit more money at the farms. Okay. I have 2 extra pieces of scrap, so 1, 2. Just trying to keep those dice up there. Alright. Good night. Alright. Those are some pretty handy dice. We'll go up. I will turn a 4 into a 5 on the reinforcing the bulkheads. Positive! +2 on saving the crop. Did get +1 on the fragile biome, though. But progress. With Bliss at your side, you work neatly. It is impossible to cause no damage, but you limit it as best you can. Okay. This is good. This is good. Amphis is definitely going to feed me. But I'm going to give that a moment. I wish I'd gotten some scrap from that job. Okay, cross to the Greenway. I need spores. Okay, going to take a risk by using the 3 here. 25% positive, 50% neutral, 25% negative. Here goes. Neutral, +1 spores. I'm sorry, Bar, but my grow operation comes first. Spores in there. Cross. Use the 4 at Yannick because that becomes a 6. Which will gain me quite a bit of trust. Only 3 more to go. What to do with this 5? I could play tambour again, or I could work on this colony ship. That's a tricky one. It becomes a 6 at the Tavla, which is another 24. I have a feeling that Bliss's stuff is going to end up costing me a lot of money. All right, let's play some tambour. Positive outcome. Same text as before. Let's visit Emphis. Emphis is preparing the Matsutake caps. He cleans them carefully with damp cloth before shaving the stalks as if he was sharpening a pencil. His knife slides through them, revealing the bright white of the flesh within. These are good, Sleeper, very good, he says without looking up. I bartered with Minji for some kelp too, so we can brew the dashi. You know Minji? Dashi? Dashi? I assume everyone on this station knows everyone. It's a small enough place. A soup base, very good. Emphis slides the sliced matsutake mushrooms to one side and takes out a closed pan. He opens the lid, and you see the green wafer of kelp sitting in a bath of water. Been soaking it since last cycle, Emphis explains. Should be good to warm now. He places the pan over the burner and turns it on low. We have some time now. He wipes his hands clean and throws the cloth over his shoulder. However, there is one difference this cycle. He smiles. You've been the one providing the ingredients, so it's my turn to provide the story. But, okay? Okay? Good. This story is important to me. He gestures for you to both sit on the folding stools behind the stall. You see these? Emphis runs a hand over his forearm, tracing the circular scars that marked them like perfect bite marks. Conway called it an anchored interface rig, a mechanical control device for piloting a heavy-duty extraction suit in low-G industrial operations. We called it a bone suit. He points to a pattern of larger circles on his shoulder. They drill in and anchor it here, then all the way down the arm. He taps each scar on the way. It maps mechanical movements to the suit exactly. A 1-to-1 mechanical replication. You swing your arm, a 2-ton arm swings too. You should have seen the recruitment vids. Strong people in even stronger suits, tearing through stone and scrap. Superheroes. Half my graduating year signed up, from company school to company shuttle. Conway from birth to death. He stares off into the distance for a moment, fighting with the memories. But the bone suits weren't good. The rate of failures was high, and failures meant arms torn off, anchors torn out, broken bones, bad stuff. So after a while, Conway discontinued them. No longer competitive, they said. He checks the broth, turning down the heat and adding the mushrooms. So there we were, hundreds of us, with surgical alterations for suits that didn't work. They sent us home, back to that company colony that spat us out, to be cleaners, drivers, cooks. They gave us drugs for the pain and told us to make something of ourselves. When I deserted, bribing some passing spacers to take me into orbit, there were only me and a couple of others left. The rest just faded away. Arthritis, osteoporosis, they folded in on themselves like paper lanterns. That was my generation. The anchor points still ache, still burn. He touches the scars. But what burns worse is the betrayal. I've been on the eye a long time now, but that will never fade. Not that, and not the faces of my friends. Memphis reaches over and sprinkles a handful of leaves into the broth. It is ready. I'm sorry, or thank you. You know what? Thank you. Thank you for telling me that. Thank you for listening to me. I will not let their story die, and as long as I am telling it, it will remain. Memphis pours the broth into a double-walled metal bowl and hands it to you. The heat radiates through your hands, and the smell drifts up, rich and sharp like a pine forest after the rain. You drink the broth slowly, chewing the matsutake and thinking. Memphis busies himself with cleaning the pans in the bowl, sealing the kelp back up for another day. Then he quietly comes to sit with you while you finish your meal. Neither of you speak, preferring instead to let the story linger in the air a little longer. It is not that there is nothing to say. It is that sometimes, in the moments after something, speaking breaks the spell. So you both idle, eager to be in each other's company. Memphis taking longer over his cleaning, his packing, and you savoring the final dregs of broth. When you finally finish and hand him the bowl, you feel the spell break, and the story leaves you both. And as you leave, you know that both of you are somehow a little more empty and a little more full than before. That is so sweet. That is so sweet. I have cavities now. No more special ingredients. The quest that I've had the longest without completing has been finished. End of an era. Okay, and that is the number 3 point, which I'm going to use on interface. And then I guess I build up 3 more points to use on engineer. Interfacing. There we go. There's enough quests here to give me 3 more points if I finish them. I do wish I had a bit more extra scrap. Alas. If only these guys sold scrap, but they do not. Oh well. Alright. Let's go home and have a snooze. Do I lose? No, I haven't lost a die again yet. Alright. 2 5s, a 3, and a 2. That is really not bad. Okay, so first things first. These transports. Okay, ascend! Head over here. I'm going to use one of these 5s to make a 6 on the reinforced bulkheads. saving the crops in one fragile biome. We're so close. We're so close! Alright, back down with us. Okay. I need more spores. I need more spores. I wish that job had given me... I wish the engineering task would give me the scrap that they say they might. Okay, spores. Risky business, risky business. We'll use the 3 and make a 4. Risky. Positive! Got 2! Excellent. Find a chamber thick with pale particles. You gather as many as you can, unsure what species or types might be in the mix. Alright. One of those goes straight into the aviary. And now we are growing for 4 days. Back across. No wonder I use up so much energy walking back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Okay, and 1 spores for you. Excuse? 1 spores for you. They're so cute, says Tala, looking at the container of spores. Her excitement is infectious. That's so cute. Okay, only 2 more spores on that. I have a 2 and a 5. I should use one of these to earn money. But which one? I can use the 2 to hack. Or I can use the 5 to gamble. I could actually do both, but I'm not sure that both is the right idea. I feel like maybe I should progress Yannick. I could use either the 2 or the 5 to progress Yannick. The 2 would make me 20, maybe 25. The 5 would make me 24, guaranteed. Gamble. Gambling. Guaranteed 24. And Yannick. Well, we'll see what happens with Yannick. Here goes. Yannick's trust, but I lost some energy. Okay, only 1 more block on Yannick's trust. I can reasonably sleep on this amount of energy. Okay, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to come back across here, and we're going to gaze upon my house, because I'm at about the halfway point of my stream time. That is a lot that I have allotted for myself. So I think that this is a really good time to take a break. So I'm just going to pause here and I'm going to take a quick break to refill my drink, have a little bio break, probably run some ads, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, I have returned to find out that the music stopped while I was away, and I am back from my break, so the good news is that we should hopefully get some music back real soon. Possibly as soon as I resume the game. Maybe? No. No music. No music. Why? I wish I had more scrap. I really do. Alright, let's find out what tomorrow brings. Please, just one good die. That's all I ask, is one good die. Oh, that is better than one good die. Thank you. Okay, we're going to cross and then head up. And whee! There we are, the sycamore seed. And use one of these 6s to reinforce the bulkhead. With Bliss at your side, you work neatly. It's impossible to cause no damage, but you limit it as best you can. Look at that! We did not collapse the biome! You and Bliss are floating in the bay's airlock, waiting for it to cycle. You pick a few leaves from your clothes as you wait. They float around the chamber as if carried by a lazy wind. Clean work or stay silent? Stay silent. The now familiar sequence of clunks and rattles sound out, and then the door hisses open. The moment it does, you know something has once again gone wrong. What's all this? Bliss asks a confused-looking Moritz. Beside him are a set of crates anchored to the bay floor. He has clearly just brought them in through the bay's freight lock. Moritz looks nervously between the two of you before answering. It's payment. He runs a hand along the crate. The Sycamore Seed crew just brought them over. He stops, but seeing the look on Bliss's face, adds, "They were very thankful." I bet they were, she clenches her fist. What the hell is inside? Moritz leans over and struggles with the catches on either side of the top crate. As he does, Bliss turns to you. Don't say it. Bliss stares into space. Don't you dare say it. Say what? Stay silent. You know what? This seems like an excellent time to stay silent. I am the silent protagonist, yes. Don't. She gives you a hard look. This isn't my fault. Moritz finally gets the catches free, and the lid floats off, drifting up into the bay. As it does, a small brown lump floats up with it. Moritz catches out and reaches out and catches it as it passes him. Is that a mushroom? Bliss finishes. A damn mushroom. They paid us in mushrooms? Ripped off again. They paid us in mushrooms? Not just mushrooms. He holds out a clump of tightly packed leaves. Produce. Bliss starts laughing. Goddamn Haifa commune. Should have known they didn't have a chit to rub between them. She knocks a small brown mushroom across the bay. Stop, Bliss. Moritz grabs her hand. These are good, fresh. We can sell them. To who, Moritz? Are we running a grocer's now? We need cryo, otherwise this whole bay will be shut down. We can't pay for parts with leafy greens. She waggles them in Moritz's face. Moritz is right, or I can use them. I mean, what other choice do we have? Moritz is right. Bliss raises an eyebrow. Fine, maybe Moritz is right, but what do we do between now and market day? She rubs her forehead. What a joke this place is turning out to be. Moritz closes up the crates and starts moving them. It isn't that bad, Bliss. It's a step in the right direction. He glances at you, looking for backup. They'll sell well, or it's not great. They'll sell well. Bliss sighs. Looks like I went into business with a couple of wannabe farmers. She laughs. Prove me wrong then. Show me this is a windfall. She kicks away towards the new patched together terminal. Until then, I'll be working on how to keep this place open. Moritz mouths a thank you and goes back to moving the crates. You'd better be on your way too. Okay, 4 more days. Bliss is taking another shot at landing a contract. After the run you've had, this seems like a last chance. I am stunned that Bliss and Moritz are still managing to eat. Admittedly, they can eat the produce now? Oh, they paid me in mushrooms. All right. Whee! A 5 and a 3. Should I go spore gathering? I could spore gather, 6. I could spore gather with the 6 and guarantee getting 2, and that would complete out the bar. And then I could use the 3 to work on the colony ship and get paid. Yeah, I like this plan. I like this plan a lot. Let's go get some spores. Okay. Get some spores. Ooh. And give one of these girol over for scientific study. Oh, that completed it. Beautiful, Rico gushes as you hand over the golden caps. You've never seen anyone so excited about mushrooms. Did not expect that. I thought I'd only get 1 for a girol. Rico meets you at the entrance to the lab, leaning on her crutch with a glint in her eye. Walk with me, sleeper. I'd like to tell you a story. She makes her way down the corridor that leads back up towards the main commune building. When people first crossed what we call Founder's Gap into the Greenway, they did so against the wishes of Andre Erlin. At the time, Erlin was trying to stabilize the Union and establish control over the Eye in the wake of Solheim's collapse. It was chaos, competing factions, failing systems, so many dead and injured from the riots. That was his priority. Listen. You both crossed through a glass-roofed tunnel, the Greenway outside crowded with vines and branches dappling the light. Erlin had written the Greenway off. Cut off from the rest of the station and linked to a broken spoke, he claimed it was only a matter of time before everything here would die. He refused to let anyone abandon their duty to the Union and cross. They were traitors to the cause, or as good as. Rico continues, making her slow but steady way into the inner gardens of the commune. There weren't many of us, but we believed what was here was worth saving. We had to keep our plans secret until we crossed, and some of us left people behind. She pauses to catch her breath, her voice cracking. It is difficult to know if from effort or emotion. What we found was a disaster, nothing like what you see here. Half of the Greenway was leaking oxygen into space, the plants flashed frozen. The other half was a swamp of mulch, as decaying matter clogged every system. We worked hard, we lost good people, we cleaned up and closed up, but it was never going to be enough. After many cycles, we all knew this place was doomed, but we kept on working, talking less and less because we couldn't face it. We all developed a death wish. If the Greenway was going to die, so would we. What changed? But it didn't die. But it didn't die. It did not. Rico smiles. We crossed some invisible boundary, tipped some biological scale, and the Greenway started to recover. Plants flowered, crops sprouted. For the first time, we reaped the fruits of our labor. Rico smiles, looking up at you. We thought it was us, that we managed to do just enough to end the cycle of decay. I thought we had saved the Greenway. Until today. You pass into the grow beds of the commune, rich with the hustle and bustle of Haifa members planting and harvesting. For a while, Rico is quiet, and you both simply observe the hypnotic movements of the work crews, the eager chatter washing over you like a wave. Rico smiles to herself. I should have known, of course, that our arrogance was unfounded, but we needed to believe back then. We needed a myth to bring more people across the gap. You both move into a smaller corridor, Rico following some direction unknown to you. What you have shown me is that, back then, the Greenway saved us, not the other way around. Tell me, have you ever consumed one of the matsutake or girl caps you've been growing? Yes or no? Well, yes is the truth, so yes. I imagine they were delicious, nutritious, almost uniquely so, she muses. After all, they were designed for you. Rico has a mischievous look. At first, I thought it was the location they were grown in that made the mushrooms from the aviary, from the labs, or from the grove different to each other. But what I have come to understand is that it is the person growing them. The matsutake and girl caps you brought me are totally unique, containing compounds never usually found in similar specimens in my possession. Many of these compounds aren't even digestible for humans, but for a sleeper like you... Rico smiles as she leads you into the internal garden of the commune, where the Haifa members have planted species from all over the Greenway. Back when the tide turned, when the Greenway started to recover, we all felt something, a response. It was as if this place was not just alive, as a forest is alive, but alive in other ways, communicative, responsive. We shrugged it off at the time, but now I understand why. Rico stops and turns to you. This place is responding to us, adapting itself to us. It is growing fruiting bodies for you, for me. It is adapting, changing. It is, in short, displaying all the signs of sentience. The Greenway is sentient? Or how? I think I know the answer, because the gardener is here. It must be the gardener. It can't be anything. The Greenway is sentient? Perhaps not the Greenway, but the ecosystem itself, or something within it. Rico sits on a bench within the peaceful gardens and gestures for you to join her. When you have been growing the girls and the matsutakes in the aviary, those species so familiar to the Greenway, have you discovered any others? Yes, or not yet? Yes, actually, I have. Rico can barely contain her excitement. I should like to see those. Please bring me some next time you are here. You look around the garden, amazed at the sense of peace within it. Rico interrupts the silence. There is a species of mushroom that I haven't seen in years. It is dark, short, shaped like a club. We first found it in those early days when we were working to save this place. It was around the time that we started to lose our first members. They were succumbing to some infection, some mold growing deep in the dark mulch that drowned this place. At that point we thought we were lost. And then these mushrooms emerged from that same black mold. We tested them and saw that they contained some compounds that counteracted the mold. They contained an antidote. Of course, as a botanist, I saw this as part of the natural processes of this ecosystem, even if the timescales seemed absurdly short. But what I am wondering is if that antidote was a gift. Rico meets your eyes. Perhaps if you are patient, you will receive your gift too, sleeper. You both sit for a while, Rico seemingly done telling stories for today. You watch the light playing off the leaves and plants around you and wonder what forces could be at play in this place. After a while, you stand and leave with a quiet nod to Rico, leaving her to her memories. Okay. Yeah, she's looking for club heads. And she needs one more than I have. Rico is eager to see the club head caps that have grown in the avian. She hasn't seen mushrooms like this in decades. Club head analysis. Are these fruiting bodies the same that emerged during the early days of the collapse, or something else? Well, I have absolutely nothing else to do with these, so Rico, please have them. They're yours. You hand them over to an eager Rico, who immediately begins work on the samples. Please, have another. Yes, there we go. Okay. Okay, and let's hop back across. All the way to the far end. And use the 3 to become a 5 over here on working on Sidereal. Okay, at times it seems tangled systems will never relay strength, but linkage by linkage your team progresses. And that earned me a bit of money, which I will then go spend with Memphis because I really like him. Om nom 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 nom. I should buy more serum soon. Especially if I continue to not get scrap. You know what, let's buy some now. Shiro now runs a dispensary out of the block. He eyes you as you approach. There's no sign of Sabine. No, Sabine is somewhere else. Let's get some stabilizer. I won't use it immediately, but now I have it on hand for when I do need it. Take the ferry across because I prefer to sleep at the commune. Have a nice sleep, me. Those are some nice dice. Pity there's only 3, but... Okay. Oh, I forgot to hand over the spores. Oh. Oh, I feel the fool now. Okay, let's start with that so that I don't continue to forget. Spores. So cute. Spores! So cute! Alright. And what do we have going on here now? First batch. Tella has locked herself away in the back room while she focuses on the distilling. She won't let anyone in or out. Does she have someone locked in there with her? Let's see, that is 6 days? Dang. Okay. Let's gain some trust. A 3 becomes a 5. A brokered peace between 2 merchants, a theft between neighbors, a broken promise. The block is exhausting. 8. You almost laugh when you see it. The same small recorder, stuck to a different wall this time. Written across the fluorescent tape is a familiar word, sleeper. You grab it quickly. Rabia says sorry, Sabine's voice sparks up once again. She said she didn't have time to brief you before setting you up with the old man. I'm sure you've got the play by now. earn his trust, work the block. Then we need you to get into his office. A pause. It's risky, but obviously you're the only one that he doesn't already know. Either way, we need to relocate the link to SNR. You hear a shout in the background of the recording. Rabia says be careful. These two have history. I'm never going to be told what the history is, but there is a deep and dark backstory here. Well, maybe not dark, maybe in the dark. Sabine continues. The data suggests there's some relay processing the implant data and sending it to SNR, but we can't lock down its position. Either he's moving it, or it's moving itself, or it is rerouting through other relays. We can't understand it. Maybe you can find some details on it in his office. Either he's moving it, it's moving itself, or it's rerouting through other relays. Huh. Once he trusts you, you should be able to get close enough to get in the office. You'll only get one shot. The recording creaks and whines. That's the final piece of the puzzle to end this. A pause. Good luck, Sleeper. I'm sorry too. Be safe. The recording clicks off, leaving you in silence. You pocket the recorder just in case and walk away. Looks like it's up to you. Yannick's office. Yannick's Elder's office. Critical action. Find the relay. Yannick has asked you to collect his medicine from his office. Now is the only chance to find that SNR relay. I have +1 into it, which means that I can turn this 5 into a 6 on this critical action and guarantee result. I will not get a better chance. Here goes. Countermeasure on the drawer moments before you touch it. This has to be it, but you can't rush it. I only have a 4. You look at the countermeasure on the drawer. It looks like some kind of shock trap. If you'd grab the drawer, you'd likely have thousands of volts running through your system right now. You wince. Once you find the anchor points, it comes away easily enough. You prise it from the drawer quickly and quietly, then listen for footsteps in the corridor outside. Nothing. All clear for now. You slide the drawer open, looking for other countermeasures that might be inside, expecting to see a chunk of tech, the relay. But as you slip it open, all you see is a handful of wires and an empty implant cradle. Is this some kind of mistake? You freeze for a moment, unsure what to do next. Why keep an implant cradle so carefully guarded? You remember Yannick having an implant, a small plate on the side of his head, just above his ear. You assumed it was for hearing or vision. He's wearing it! Oh, of course! Those shimmering glasses of his come back to you in your memory, his strange movements, his speech. You look again at the cradle, and there it is, printed on the frame. Proprietary technology, property of SNR. Rabia said the relay moved, that they couldn't get a fix on it. What if Yannick was the relay? The thought hits you like a shock. Yannick, with a remote relay implanted in his head, networked to every single implanted enforcer at the low end. A shudder runs through you. Is he even in control? Or has SNR wormed its way into the man? Could he even be considered separate from the corporation itself? You think of your own legal status as proprietary technology. A puppet with cut strings. Time to cut Yannick's strings, then. You reach around inside the cradle and find it. A remote connection, a tiny bead of a transmitter, likely controlling the link to SNR. There it is. You pause for a moment. Then you squeeze it, snap it from the frame, and it crumples, sparks, and dies. It takes a moment before the shouts come, before the scream, and you are already on your way out, down the corridor, down through the unit that serves as the lobby to Yannick's office. Then out onto the walkway where Yannick lies still, enforcers gathered around him, bemused. A Approach or leave? You know what? Approach. I hope I remembered to grab the medicine. You push through the crowd, and there he is, still, crumpled. You arrange him a little, lie him down properly, feeling how thin his body is under his suit. You wonder how long he has been like this, a puppet for Essenarm. With the connection cut, nothing remains but his body, which means that Yannick the man was gone a long time before now. You place a hand on his chest. You are sorry for him, but it is done now. And you did not kill this man. You've seen enough. The connection is cut, and whatever Yannick was or had become is gone. Your anger is a hard core in your chest, and all of it is focused on Essenarm. Oh my. Oh my. Rabia. The aftermath. The low end is wild with stories about Yannick's death. You're still waiting for Rabia to get in touch, but you trust that she will. In 4 days! How to use this for? I could work on the ship. I could gamble. I'm still waiting for mushrooms. Trying to get a job up here. Alright. Obviously don't need to use my 4 for that. I could use it to work on the house. It has been quite some time. But I did just spend a lot of money. I wish I had an engineering job that I could do. Work on the ship. 4 becomes a 6 over here, and at least I earned 15, which pays for today's food. Progress, progress. Stop by Enfys. Because it is delicious. So good. Makes me want some spicy mushrooms in real life, I tell ya. I can go a bit longer before taking the serum. So let's have a nice sleep. Those are spectacular dice. Oh boy, what do I do with them? This doesn't need dice. If only these were finished growing, this would be perfect harvesting dice. Still trying to get a job up here, I'm pretty sure. Yep, 2 more days. Okay. Back down we go. Whoop. Rabia's still processing. Caster still has nothing. Still waiting on the bar. Well, let's put a 5 into gambling because I need to refresh my money. Good. Is there a ship here? There is a ship here. I could buy some scrap. Could use it to sustain me a little bit longer. I will consider it, based on whether or not I end up having to eat today. Oh man, what to do with this? I could do some more work on the colony ship. Yeah, let's use the 6 here to work on the makeshift apartment. Halfway. You track down a difficult leak and close it up. After working, you look over the wreck of the unit. Almost there. Okay, and then put in a shift on the side wheel. Whee! Spend the shift in a flow state, linking systems and systems like thread on a loop. Your mind is a diagram of cause and effect. I don't want to complete that too soon. I really want to know where the stories are going. Okay. Can I buy some scrap? Yes. Okay. That'll keep me going for a little bit longer. Ferry across. And use that scrap I just bought to do some repairs. And have a sleep. Some things to happen, so I'm going to use this 6 to harvest mushrooms. Two matsutake. And what I needed was 1 club head. Oh boy, okay. With matsutake, nobody's buying it. Wait, are the farms buying it? No, I cannot sell mushrooms. Days on the Yadigan stuff. Havenage agent. There we go. Okay. You take the 2. Extract. Alright. And then sell the Havenage data. Cryo. 20 cryo. Okay, then use that money I just made to buy scrap, hopefully. Yes. And then cross over, use this 2 at the commune to get a meal. You are assigned work in the grow beds among the plants and earth. You like it out here, and the green shoots are reward enough. And that is plenty of food to keep me going. The longer I leave it between serums, the faster days go. Alright. Put that scrap that I just bought into me. There we go. And have a snooze. Dang! Alright. Sleeper. Morris is leaning against the corridor wall. It's time. He looks away. Big job just came in. Grand finale. You up for it? I'm ready, or maybe. Well, I have 3 5s. I'm not sure I could be readier. I'm ready. Alright then, we are in business. He pushes away from the wall. This has to work, Sleeper. Has to. He looks down. If it doesn't... Yeah, if it doesn't... Are we in trouble, or is Bliss okay? Are we in trouble? The Bay, you mean? He shrugs. We were already in trouble before you got here. The work so far hasn't been enough. Look, Bliss has had a rough time of it. I thought you of all people would understand that. He runs a hand through his hair. What hair? Sorry, didn't mean to be... He smiles. Bliss is a good one. She gave me a chance. I owe her. He straightens up. I know you have your own things going on, Sleeper. We all do. But the Bay needs someone. Bliss needs someone. Hell, I need someone to help me keep Bliss from spinning out completely. He scratches the side of his head. Otherwise, there's not much I can do. He shakes his head. And I would hate to not pay back my debts. Moritz stretches. I've got to get back. He nods and walks away. I'm out. See you up there. Okay. I want to harvest mushrooms. But I think we should go to the hub first. Listen. Yes, I know my voice went the wrong way. What do we got here? Starward Vector, Tangled Solar Yacht. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. Alright, let's see here. Repeatable action, patch solar sails. An exhausting task. Patching solar sails means maintaining a laser focus for long periods of time, and time is something you don't have. Danger... but it is an engineer task. Let's see. Untangle the sails. The spurs need resetting and the system rebooting, but if you are careful, you can safely untangle some of the sail while you do this. That one's safe. And has the possibility of giving 3. Interesting. Okay, solar window. The selected launch window for the Starboard Vector's maiden voyage is closing. This is going to be a tight one. And then, oh my goodness, there's so many. There's so many ticks in the rigged and ready. Oh no. Okay, so... Oh, how to get that many ticks in just 6 days. Alright, a 5 goes in here, becomes a 6, 100% positive, to give 3. You delicately spin the spur, unwinding the sailcloth without it tearing. Bliss thumps you on the arm. She's impressed. Okay. I have to spend all my dice here. Oh no. I want to spend it in the engineer on the off chance of getting some scrap, but man, no, well, I can't believe I'm putting all of these in here. Wait, before I do, just get back down, no. 1 day. 2 days. They're here just today. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be so hard. Okay, that's 3 more. I'm gonna have to use the serum when I sleep. I need the dice. Alright, here goes. 3 more. It's getting almost halfway on the first day. Okay. I am gonna have to spend money. We'll eat at Emphasis. Delicious. Man, this is... But yeah, I'm gonna need all 5 dice. There's no other way that we're gonna get it finished quickly enough. Alright, stabilizer. I said stabilizer. Okay. Oh no. Oh man, could I buy better dice, please? I can force one of these 2s into a 4. Okay, we're going to use the 2s, and then we're going to use the 6 to fix whatever the 2s didn't do. I hope. Alright, here goes. Neutral, +2. Okay, you run the system's diagnostics each time, shifting spur a little more. This is working, but you have to be careful. Okay, neutral is good. 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 Positive! You delicately spin the spur, unwinding the sailcloth without it tearing. Yes. Progress, good progress, good progress, good progress. More progress. All right. This is good. This is workable. Okay, this has come due, and Lord only knows what's going to happen, because I don't have the dice to respond to it. If I need dice to respond to it. Alright. Rabia? Even before you enter the office, you can hear the sound of Rabia working the heavy bag. She's hammering it, the chain creaking as it shakes with each hit. She's been like this since... Sabine doesn't finish the sentence. They are sitting on a stool, looking at the terminal in the corner, searching through the SNR data you pulled all those cycles ago. Is she okay? Or how have you been? How have you been? I'm well, Sleeper. Happy to no longer be hunted. They smile. Yatigan has plenty to deal with, and without Yannick, I'm free. They glance nervously at Rabia. As well you should. I wish I knew what was going on here. I mean, maybe you'll tell me, but I'm not holding my breath. Rabia stops punching, and in the silence you can hear her breathing hard. Sabine looks over at her, and you sense something between them. You realize you haven't seen them together since they tried to kill each other in this same unit. A lot has changed since then. Yeah, a lot is going on. A lot is going on. They hooked him up like a puppet. Rabia hits the bag, rigged that thing in his head so they could control him, pushed the old Yannick out. I don't know why he let them in. Rabia throws a few more punches, but it's a lesson. Don't let them in. Another flurry. Yatigan shouldn't deal with corporations, and we never will again. She spits. She comes away from the bag. At least Yannick's death has been treated as natural. There's a chance we come back from this, that Yatigan can hold on. But there are opportunists trying to take control. Sabine turns to you. Yes, but now the connection has been broken. I've been looking at removing the trackers from the implants in Yatigan's enforcers. It's a significant job, but I think with time I can do the surgeries. Rabia walks away from the bag towards the far side of the unit. Those surgeries will never happen if Yatigan collapses, she shouts back at Sabine. Clearly this is a well-worn argument in this unit. Will Yatigan really collapse? Or what now for you? This is difficult. I don't know which of these I want to know more. Will Yatigan really collapse? I don't think so, no. Rabia doesn't either. They look over at her. At least not when she's calm. What I understand now is that Yatigan can be something if we want it to be. Coming here from Essenart, from the core worlds, all I saw was a gang, and with Yannick keeping me on a tight leash, they shudder. Rabia believes, and I want that belief. They look unsure. I also want to be done with Essenark, but I doubt they are done with me. They glance away, rubbing their shoulders. Are you and Rabia... I hope you are all right. Indulge my curiosity. Are you and Rabia... Sabine fixes you with a look. Yes, Sleeper. Isn't that obvious? They smile. Yes, actually, it is fairly obvious. I've been wanting to say, Sabine begins nervously, I'm sorry that I didn't tell you where I came from. I know I've apologized before, but I want to again. They pause. Properly. When I leaked the data on the Sleeper program, it was to try to help people like you. They grit their teeth, but after all the cycles here, being pushed down, pushed around, trying to survive, all that got away from me. So when you turned up, they sigh, it shook me up. They run a hand through their hair. But I ended up here, so... They look at Rabia. Oh, of course. They reach into a pocket and take out a handful of vials. These are the last of the case. You can have them. They drop them into your hands. After these last few, I don't know what we can do. With the Essenark connection broken, they look down. But I know there are other ways. Repairs, other pharmaceuticals. I even heard there are some labs out on the Greenway. Perhaps they can help? They meet your eye. I'm sorry I can't do more. Thank you for everything. Or stay silent. Thank you for everything. They look away, their eyes bright with tears. Rabia crosses back to you both and sits beside Sabine. They look at each other, and you can't help but smile at the idea of them together. What are you two plotting? Rabia grins. Sabine laughs, and the sound is a welcome one. You watch the two of them teasing each other, and smile. Later, when you leave, you take that handful of vials out of your pocket and look at them. You can still feel that core of anger deep down inside, and you don't know if it will ever leave. But Essenark doesn't own you anymore. They can't, because this place, these people own you. They are what makes you get up every cycle. They are what keeps you breathing. You put the vials away, and walk through the low end, your senses tuned to every sight, every smell, and every sound, soaking it all in, living. Okay. 3. I have 3. There's only 3. I should have bought more. Oh, the clinic's gone. I should have bought more. I had the money. Oh no. Oh no. I can go on for a while, but... Oh, man. I'm gonna make a life for myself here, and I'm going to die before I see it. Yadigan is still buying Havenage data, though. Hopefully Havenage is still buying Yadigan data. Oh boy. Unless I find a steady, very steady supply of scrap, I'm doomed. Wait a minute, wait. I don't have enough Endure. Oh, man. man. I gotta do it. I've gotta get a point in endure. Oh man. It's the only way, but it's going to cost me. I need another point. Okay, take photosynthetic skin. I need a point. I need a point. I need a point. I need a point. I need to finish something. Oh man. A 2 is never gonna be enough. Oh man. I need scrap. I need scrap. I need all the scrap. I should have bought more. I should have bought more while I had it, while I had access to it. Oh wait, I was gonna check to make sure that Havenage was still buying. Oh, thank goodness, Havenage is still buying. All right. Yeah, there is a mild amount of panic in my heart. Freight hub. That's an interface. This is 150 cryo for a ship mind. Oh, selling Matsutake. Okay. But I have to have 3 and I only have 2. Oh man, this day is not my day. So that I can salvage scrap. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, making some money so that I can buy scrap when the freighters come through is also good. I can get 40 for this data. As long as Yadigan doesn't actually collapse. Okay, I need to eat. There aren't any ships in right now. Oh boy, I am panicking just slightly. I need a steady source of scrap. I don't care if I have to buy it or if I have to grab it. I need that steady source of scrap, or else it's game over for me. Ay, ay, ay. Like, I have money. Money is not a problem. Living. Although maybe the mushroom research? I just don't know what to do. Okay, we'll start by heading up. Use the 4. Actually, wait a minute. Use one of the 5s. Pray for scrap. Please, scrap, please. No scrap. You enter a flow state of scanning and fixing, and Bliss does the same. You can both do this, you know it. Yeah. Alright, here goes. Untangle the sails. I just need the 2. I just need the 2. I'm gonna try one more time for scrap. Give me the scrap, please. I'm begging you. No scrap, but at least it's done. The atmosphere in the airlock is euphoric. You and Bliss keep grinning at each other like idiots. Exhausted, blinded, sore, and aching idiots. Sleeper, that was incredible. She punches you on the arm. I never thought we were going to make it. Those idiots tangled the whole thing up like nothing I've ever seen. We make a good team. I'm just glad it's over. We make a good team. Bliss smiles a winning smile. As the lock's inner door clunks open, Moritz gives a rare whoop. He looks exhausted too, and for good reason. Moritz has been the one ferrying tools and parts back and forth from the ship. His tired smile tells you he's glad it's done. Sleeper, Bliss. He shakes his head. Impressive. When I saw that ship come in, I thought there was no way. Why, thank you, Moritz, she winks, for believing in us. Moritz rolls his eyes. You know what I mean. Take the compliment. He shoulders some of the gear that came back in with you and Bliss, and heads to the racks to stow it. Bliss turns to you. I think you should be the one to do the honors. She nods to the ragged-looking console that Moritz assembled. I don't want to jinx it. She smiles, but you can see she is genuinely nervous. Don't worry. Check the console. Check that console! You glide over to the console and check the screen. It takes a second to see what you are doing through the flickering, cracked display, but after a moment, you see the accounts. And there it is, almost 1,000 cryos sat in the bay's transfer account. Well, Bliss calls, have we been screwed again? It's there? We did it! We did it! Bliss kicks off from the floor and spins up into the bay, shouting as she does. The noise takes Moritz by surprise, and he knocks a rack of parts, scattering handfuls of metal fixings across the bay. The sight is something, glinting steel catching the work lights like glitter. Sorry, says Bliss, grinning when she comes back down. I needed that. She kicks off and joins you at the terminal. Moritz even managed to sell that produce. We made a tiny profit, eventually. She laughs. Here. She loads a stack of blank chits into the terminal and transfers a chunk of the cryo to them. This is your cut. Bliss hands you the chits. Thank you for believing in this place. She looks away and smiles, even when I couldn't. When you first met me, I was on the edge of giving up. All it would have taken was one more push. But now this place is sparking again. Work is coming in, there are funds in the accounts, even Moritz has a spring in his step. You both look over at him, happily racking up tools. That's because of you. She punches you on the arm. He likes you. What's his deal? He's a good kid. He's a good kid. He isn't bad, is he? She leans in closer. You know he came here looking to rob the place? I gave him a job instead. She laughs. Don't tell him I told you that. I just thought it might help you understand the kid. Moritz turns to look at you, and both Bliss and you awkwardly wave. Maybe it's time to change the subject. What now? Or you going to be okay? What now? From here on out, it's going to be a little easier. I'm going to look for some component contracts, stuff that will keep us inside the bay, not out in the black. No need to risk our necks if we don't need to. You want to cash out? That's fine, but there will always be work for you here when you need it. I appreciate it, or I'll be back. I'm too robotic to be using the I'll be back, so I appreciate it. She smiles, and then, out of nowhere, quickly gives you a hug. She steps back and glances around reflexively. Take care, she says softly. You too, or I will. You too. You turn to leave. And Sleeper? What or yes? Yes? She smiles. Don't spend that all at once. I absolutely cannot. Okay. Make sure I'm spending it in the right place. Hold on. Cross. Okay, yes, that's an endure. Okay. Put that point in endurance. And that has unlocked gathering scrap. Okay. Out here, at the edge of the habitable parts of the eye, everything is scrap. The trick is finding components that are still usable and staying safe. Okay. Mushrooms have a +1. Okay, they both have a +1. I very much need scrap. But I think I need the rare mushrooms more. Okay, we're gonna go 50% positive, 50% neutral. I will get at least one piece of scrap guaranteed. Here goes. Oh, that's a lot of energy, but I got a piece of scrap. I get to live for another day. Okay, back at the aviary. Get that 6 in there. Oh no. I got 2 more Matsutake. Oh no. I was really hoping for the club. It's possible that doing this is going to lead to me not needing the serum, but I can't guarantee it, and if it won't give me the clubfoot mushrooms, I don't know what to do. Okay, Paz's import and export buys Matsutake 3 at a time. And since I have absolutely nothing else to do with Matsutake anymore, off they go. All the money in the world, and only a very few places to spend it. of, I need to eat. No ships here to buy scrap from, alas. Caster, can you... No. No, you can't. Well, we'll stop by Emphasis Place. Okay, I have one more harvest from my garden before I need to refill it again. Oh, actually, blast this transport. Ascend. Bliss is... Moritz has heard Bliss speaking with someone remotely. Is there another job coming up? Okay, and there's also component repair, which is a risky engineer task here now. The Bay is taking on low-scale repair contracts now. Moritz is happy to offload some of the work to you. I can A, make money, and B, possibly get scrap here. So... that is a very good prospect. I don't have to worry about money for a while, but I definitely need to make sure that I have a constant supply of scrap coming in. Okay. Get some scrap in there. Okay. All right. Let's sleep the night away, away, away. Oh, this, perfect, excellent, okay. We are looking good. One more attempt on the aviary. Come on, 6, don't fail me now. Yes! Yes! Haha! Look at that! Clubhead cats. Oh, that's the last one we needed. We hand them over to an eager Rico, who immediately begins work on the samples. That's it filled out. Which means that we've got this beautiful symbol. Alright, Rico. Rico is at her bench, running small vials of some liquid through an old chemical analysis machine. The whirring of the spinning drum fills the lab with white noise, and you aren't sure if she notices you approach. Sleeper, it's good to see you. She looks up smiling. This little project of ours has been keeping me awake the past few cycles, but right now, well, I think I have something. What is it? Or you should rest. No. I've known enough scientists in my day, and engineers. So, it's been keeping you awake? What is it? The drum finishes spinning, and Rico lifts a vial from it, holding it up to the light. This is something I extracted from those club heads you've been bringing me, and according to my analysis, it is a substance totally unique on the Greenway. You look at the small amount of liquid in the vial. Any idea what it might be? Rico asked without looking away from the vial. No idea. Stabilizer. Medicine. I'm going to say what I pray that it is. I pray. Is it stabilizer? Rico nods. You aren't the first sleeper to come through here. Perhaps I should have mentioned that earlier. Rico's tone suddenly drops, changing the atmosphere in the lab immediately. I just thought, she pauses, thinking very carefully of how to continue. I just wanted you to trust us. What do you mean? Or stay silent. What do you mean? She sighs. They came through a fair few cycles ago. We found them wandering in the broken section near the gap. The members who brought them in had never seen one of you before. They were terrified of this strange person wandering in from open vacuum. They were quieter than you, and damaged. We did our best to patch them up and welcome them to the commune. I only really spoke to them once, while I was working on their wounds, along with a couple of systems engineers. She looks nervously at you. I'd never seen a body like that before. I took some readings, some samples. Samples or stay silent? No, this is a good time to stay silent. Let her talk her way out of this. Rico scans your face for any sign of a reaction. The next cycle, they were gone. They took a little food and hiked up towards the wild margins, where the greenway meets the wastes. Someone saw them in the distance, but that was it. They disappeared into the overgrowth. She sits down heavily, the vial in her hand. When I saw you, I wanted things to be different. I wanted to keep you here, rather than let you disappear into wherever they ended up. She smiles to herself. Yes, I wanted to understand this place better, but I also wanted to help you. It seems that somehow both my wishes have come true at once. She holds out a hand with the vial. This is for you. You take the stabilizer, the glass cold and smooth in your palm. Thank you, or how? Thank you. Don't thank me. She gazes out at the greenway through the glass. Those club head caps made it for you, or at least who or whatever made those club heads. She starts to clear her bench. It was right there, contained in their tissue. I only had to extract it. I imagine you understand how incredible that is. I learned enough from that sleeper to know that your body, your frame is it, runs on some exotic technology. Exotic technology that has a time limit built in. Somehow, the Greenway knows that too. It understands your physiology much better than I ever could. It knows how to treat you. Just like that miraculous antidote that sprung from the mold, so too has this sprung from your presence here. The Greenway is speaking to you. It is welcoming you. She looks up. I know it sounds crazy, but I know it to be true. Here's the evidence. And what I also know is it is no longer speaking to me. Even after decades here, I have never seen this kind of response. Not since the antidote so many cycles ago. She smiles. So I'm going to make you a deal. You bring me as many club heads as you like. I'll extract the stabilizer and give it to you freely. But you have to tell me what the Greenway says. You have to speak with it, to dig into it, to find what being is at the center of it. I've traveled as far as I can. I need you to do the rest. Can you do that? This is a good deal. I like this deal. This is an excellent deal. This is fair to both sides, in fact. This is a reasonable deal, and probably the first one that I've actually been offered on this entire station. Yes. Rico sighs with relief and deflates into her chair. Thank you. I'm sorry for the other sleeper, truly I am. I'm sorry I couldn't have done more, but I'm so glad I met you. She smiles. You are welcome here any time. Rico falls silent. She looks smaller now, more fragile, and you realize how old she must be to have seen the collapse firsthand. You idle a little in the lab, in case she asks for anything else, but she remains silent, and so you drift back into the tunnel, thoughts of that other sleeper, and where they ended up, weighing on your mind. I have a source of stabilizer! I have a source of stabilizer again, although it's going to be a bit slower than the other one, but it's going to be a lot less expensive! Oh man, I'm rolling in money. Okay, so Rico's Grow Beds, Secure Plant Nursery, and Haifa Labs. Okay, the labs, 2 club heads for a vial of stabilizer. That's so inexpensive. Admittedly, I don't get the club heads as often, but oh man. And Rico's Grow Beds, Secure Plant Nursery. that seed. The only way to understand what gardener gave you is to grow it. Rico is incredibly excited by the prospect. Yes! Gardener's seed. Start that. I bet it's going to take a long time. I'll take good care of it, Sleeper. Rico smiles. Don't you worry. Oh boy. Oh, everything is coming up Foxwine. Yeah, that is a long grow period. That's exactly what I expected. Okay, well, we need to grow some more stuff. But I will come back to that in a moment. I have 4 stabilizers. I have a source of scrap. I have a bar to visit. Oh man, everything is just... Okay. Alright. Tella comes to you one shift when the bar is empty, tapping you on the shoulder as you clean the bar. It's ready. She's grinning from ear to ear. The girl? Can I try? The girl? Obviously. She grabs you by the arm before you could ask anything else and drags you into the back room. The smell hits you immediately when you enter, a cocktail of rich fermentation and chemical sharpness. The room is warm and bright now, the newly installed lights making the place look clean, whether it is or not. Tala has already pulled up a couple of stools around a metal crate where 2 glasses with a few fingers of pale girol sit waiting. She smiles. I haven't even tried it yet. You can see she's nervous. Well, as long as you can still see after you drink it, it'll be fine. You both sit at the makeshift table, the slight strangeness of the situation making you both jumpy. Tala hands you a glass. Cheers, she says solemnly, and knocks the glass back. You do the same. The first sensation is burning, a sharp, nose-clearing blast of alcohol that has your frame querying whether you would like to activate safe mode. You gulp the drink back, and it is only then, behind the burn, that you taste the earthy tones of the mushrooms, the wood, and the soil, left behind like sediment, barely there. That's strong, that's terrible, not bad, actually. That's strong. Tala nods vigorously. Woof, that was heavy. Maybe needs diluting? Has promise, though. Honestly, it's bad. Has promise, though. You think? She swirls the glass and puts it down. Wait, I have an idea. Tala grabs a metal bottle from the newly installed work surface and adds a few drops of water into the girol. Try again? This time, the burn is a warming glow, harsh but fading off, and the woodiness less heavy. You taste something floral in among the marshy decay, something fresh and bright that you never expected to find. Both you and Tala meet eyes. It's really good, right? It is. Or definitely better. Oh, it is. Tala grins with her whole face, and that makes you smile too. Tala pours out some more girol, and then adds some more water, the action's already taking on the quality of a ritual. You both drink. Tala tucks her feet up beneath her on the stool, folding her legs. She looks down into her glass and swirls the liquid thoughtfully. What's on your mind? Or, it's growing on me. What's on your mind? Tala looks up, at nothing in particular. My father opened this place, you know, she says, out of nowhere, a thought suddenly becoming words. It was his attempt at making a life for us, for my family, when we got to the Eye. Your family? You were refugees? You were refugees? From Sinza, yeah. It's one of Ember's lesser moons. She takes a drink. I don't remember much. I was only tiny when we came. I was just thinking about something my father told me. When he first set this place up, he wanted to call it the Bantayan, but he was afraid it'd scare off the customers, so he kind of translated it. Hence, the Overlook. And these past few cycles, when I've been in here, I've been thinking that I should rename the place. She looks at you. The Bantayan. What do you think? I love it. What does it mean? So he kind of translated it. What does it mean? Dad said he translated it to overlook, so something like that. Watchtower, maybe. Lookout. Tala picks up her glass. That settles it then. To the Bantayan. You both clink your glasses and drink up. Tala hisses through her teeth, still harsh. She laughs, then suddenly grabs your shoulder. Oh, Sleeper, I totally forgot. She stumbles to her feet. She lurches over to a corner of the room, covered with a plastic sheet, and whips it off like a magician performing a trick. Beneath it is a neat little kitchen. A sink, a work surface, a compact oven with a hob. Your kitchen! She doesn't give you time to respond. You can come make stuff here anytime, as long as you promise not to raid the mushroom farm. I need those for the Girol. I was thinking, too, that if things pick up, we can start serving proper food at the Bantayan. She laughs. Do you like it? It's perfect. Thank you. It's perfect. Tala gives you a hug, then quickly stands back. I'm sorry, I'm so glad you're here. She grins. I think we've had enough. Or, me too. You know what? I'm glad I'm here too. Me too. As Tala tidies away the glasses, you inspect the kitchen, checking that it all works. It's small and salvaged, but after what you've had to put up with, it feels like a dream come true. And I have my own source of mushrooms now. Later, when she's done for the day, Tala comes back to the bar, and you share a glass of good Girol, the one she didn't distill. And this time, you talk about nothing in particular, sharing stories about regulars or discussing the best place to eat on the Eye, which after everything that has happened, feels like a nice change of pace. When it comes time to leave, you promise to cook for Tala, and agree to let her know which shifts you'll be working in the coming cycles, and then slip out into the cool of the rotunda. And in this moment, you feel, for once, at home. Oh, it's so sweet. Okay, so what do we have going on here? Bar shift. Cook matsutake caps. The matsutake require a softer touch. You've learned to thinly slice and lightly fry them to keep their flavor. Or cook Girol caps. You haven't exactly mastered the art of cooking mushrooms, but a couple of handfuls of fried Girols always beat expired rushes. Okay, so 1 matsutake or 2 Girol. I'm so pleased. Oh, I have all the money in the world to spend on scrap now. Norton, go away. I do not have time for you and your threat assessments right now. I should really get one more point to put that in engineer. I mean, it's tempting to go for instant karma for the days that I get bad dice, but yeah, I kinda want the points in engineer. I want to succeed. Okay, everything continues to come up, Foxwine. Alright, let's go up to the hub. And over in Bliss's Bay, we have the engineering task. And put a 5 in there for 50-50 between positive and neutral. And maybe I can get some free scrap. Maybe. Here goes. Free scrap? No free scrap. Alas. I'm going to use one of these 6s to harvest spores. But where to use the other 6 and the 2? That is the question. Money may never be an issue again. So I should progress something, right? I could put the 6 into the house. Let's put the 6 in the house. I am not 100% sure where to put the 2. Maybe I just hack for the day. But yeah, let's put the 6 in the house. Nice, nice. Is I kind of want to spin my wheels just a little to let this seed grow. Oh, I really want to see what comes out of that. But yeah, I need spores. So let us get some spores. Whee! Yes, so many spores. Alright. Pop those in there. I wish I could have gotten a piece of scrap today. But alas, apparently it was not to be. Let's see here. Let's find a haven. No, that's a Yadigan. I want a havenage. They're always towards this end. Here we go. Bypass their security, extract their data. And I'm gonna be able to buy so much scrap. Actually, wait a minute. No, that's sell scrap, not buy scrap. Pity. And sell that havenage data, because why the heck not? It is a pity that that engineering job that I did not give me any scrap. Alright. We are going to snooze and get more dice. least one more spores, and I need to go gather scrap. We will use a 4 for 50-50 because I need 1. Excellent. Okay. Plug that in there. Get the mushrooms growing. Okay, over here, I need to forage for some scrap. Gimme, gimme. In an old docking bay, you find a locker corroded shut. You crack it open, and the components inside are in perfect condition. Nice. And I didn't even lose energy. Okay. Let's see. I can turn a 3 into a 4 at the house, which seems like a good deal to me. Here goes. Oh, after many hours, you still can't find the source of a leak in the outer wall. You give up for now, exhausted. Okay, no progress, alas. I'm being careful, like, I don't want to complete this, because I think that might end things before the tree sprouts, and that would make me very sad. Let's ascend. I can turn a 3 into a 4 over here at Liss's place and maybe get some more scrap? Here goes. I got random scrap! Morris gives you a filter cleaning job to do while he goes through the racks. The quiet and focused atmosphere is relaxing. Yay! Oh, that is awesome. That is so good. Okay, and do a little hacking. I'm leaving the Yadigan alone for the moment. I mean, I haven't been getting Yadigan-worthy dice. Hack that Havenage agent and extract their data. Nice. I got extra cryo and extra data. Stop by Emphasis Place as I'm going by. Actually, wait, no. I have 2 Matsutake right now. Oh, this is a tough choice. No, I will spend the money. I will spend the money and save the mushrooms because yeah, there's stuff. Thank you, Emphas. You are the cream of the crop. And then go over here and make back all of the money that I just spent, plus a little bit of extra. last job or whatever it is that's going on at Bliss's, which is definitely going to pop before the seed does. Oh, I am so curious. Okay. Scrap components into my person. There we go. And sleep to get new dice. Those are some nice dice. Oh, what should I use all these nice dice for? Let's start by going over to Bliss's place. Still 3 more days, but there is the chance of getting more scrap. So, okay. You managed an M2 converter rewire in record time, giving you and Moritz some spare time to chat about recent business. No scrap, but a good result nonetheless. Okay, I'm gonna save one of these 5s for going salvaging. I will use one. Yeah, I will use one to finish the apartment. You track down a difficult leak and close it up. After working, you look over the wreck of the unit. Almost there. In fact, I am there. Drive complete. 3 points. Which I am, of course, going to put into engineer. Wahaha! And repaired unit. Okay, so I can sleep here now too. And feed a stray. There's signs that a stray animal has been nosing around near the unit. A handful of chits for some crackers should bring it out of hiding. I must know. I must know. I have to know. Here, critter, 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 critter. Here, creature. You buy the crackers from a shop unit downstairs and crumble them up into a tray. Something moves in the shadows. Please don't be a child. It's a cat! I have a cat! The stray hops up onto a work surface and looks out of the unit's small window. It doesn't acknowledge your presence. It just sits there, beside the tray of crumpled crackers, staring out at the low end. What is this cat's story? Are there more on the station? You haven't seen another in the low end, but in this vast megastructure that means little. There could be a whole colony of cats like this down in the Warrens. You look at its sleek dark fur and sharp eyes. It doesn't look ragged. It looks at home. In fact, its presence in the unit makes you wonder if this is the stray's apartment which you are squatting in. Approach the stray? Watch the stray. Watch. Though the stray is looking out at the station, you feel its attention on you, waiting for you to spring your trap. You remain relaxed and watch as something flickers in its eyes, perhaps the reflection of a passing ship. The stray settles in a little and starts eating, picking at the broken crackers. You don't remember ever having been this close to an end. It triggers something in you, a recognition of a life, totally unlike your own, but still somehow connected, parallel, even interwoven. The stray licks crumbs from its fur. Do you like it here? Were you born here? Stay silent. Stay quiet. You sense that the stray doesn't like to talk. respect this. In a way, you feel the same. Being here together is enough. You turn your eyes to the window, the one that the stray looks out of, and you both watch the stars and the ships together. You feel something pass between you and the stray, a kind of acknowledgement of each other, a sense that each of you might share something with the other, a point of connection. Then all at once, the stray yawns wide, hops down from the unit, and brushes along your legs. And then it is gone, out through the unit door, and back into the corridors of the low end. I have a new friend! Feed the stray. If you buy the crackers and put them out, the stray will always come. That doesn't mean they like you, though. They're a cat, after all. I have to sleep here every night now. This is the new rule. I gotta sleep here. Who will feed the cat if I'm gone? Okay, I'm still waiting for my mushrooms to grow. I'm still waiting for that seed to grow. I am, admittedly, very much running out of quests. I'm going to pin this one. It's the main reason I'm hanging on to the Girol. It might be time. What to do with this 5 and this 1 is the question. Well, first things first. That is the scrap. I can sustain for a long time on scrap. You hand over your chits and they point you to a crate of salvage. Time to see what you just bought. Feeling lucky? I got a piece of a ship mind. Not exactly what I was looking for. Try again. Another piece of ship mind. It takes 3, doesn't it? One more try. Hey, there's the scrap I'm looking for. Thank you. Bye-bye. Fabricator. Yeah, it takes 3 pieces, so I'm still 1 short. But if I get 1 more piece, I have a big pile of money coming to me. Is this... Oh, this is also a ship. I could buy that 1 more fragment for 32, but... Nah. Sure. Okay, Wait, why is this pinging? What is... Why are you pinging? Oh, right. Oh, the bring mushrooms. Yes. Okay. That's why. I could forage. I could get this started. I kind of want to see what Bliss is up to first, though. Well, pop a 5 in here. Ho 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 ho. What to do with this last 5? That is the question. Still waiting. Still waiting. You know what? Why not why not spend the 5 doing... Still 3 days on Bliss's thing. It's not a 5, it's a 6. We'll do some component repair. Maybe I'll just really luck out on scrap and not have to go salvaging for a while. Yes! Yes! Random scrap! Yes! Haha! Alright, let's go back down. Hack a Yadigan agent with this one. Sell that to Havenage. There you go. My hope is that the stray has a hidden counter, and if I keep feeding it, eventually it will move in. that is my current dream. Alright. Some scrap components under my skin. Feed the stray. The stray crunches up the crackers as you watch. Sometimes they'll let you stroke them, sometimes not. Eee. Okay, and more dice, please. Okay. These are some reasonable dice. I will have to eat today. But I can use this 1 or this 2 to eat over at the commune. So I don't see there being a problem. Let us ascend. 2 more days. A 3 becomes a 5. $16 cryo. Okay, and no extra scrap. Too bad. Descend. Progress check. 2 more days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more days? Okay. Let's do some work over here. A 4 becomes a 6. Spend a shift in a flow state, linking systems to systems like thread on a loom. Your mind is a diagram of cause and effect. Making progress over here. what to do with this 5. Maybe harvest some mushrooms? Let's go a foraging. Or I could stockpile spores for later. Oh, you know what? I like that plan better. Get out of there. Get out of there. Make sure that I get 2 spores, and then I'll have 3 for when my garden needs it. Yeah. Why are you dinging at me? You shouldn't be dinging at me. Alright. Yes, 2 spores. Okay. I'm going to use one of these dice to eat, but I might as well use the other one to hack. But let's eat while I'm here. Let's see. Let's use the wine. Assigned work in the canteen, feeding others. The work is hard, but you enjoy sharing the effort with other members. Okay. That is enough. That is definitely enough. And head back across. And use this too on a haven agent. Pretty good. Alright. Go home. Feed the stray. Stray crunches up the crackers as you watch. Sometimes they let you stroke them, sometimes not. Do some self-repairs. Have some sleep. Yeah. Okay. That's some nice dice. What all has come due? Has anything come due? One more day on my mushrooms. Sigh. This would be my one complaint about this game. Like, excellent writing, very, very good gameplay loop, and gives me honest anxiety on keeping myself alive. But, going up to the hub or going across to the Greenway and back again, so time consuming. Why do I need this extra time? Alright, still one more day before whatever's going on with Bliss happens. 4 into a 6 here. Okay. I got a nice pile of money. No scrap, though. She said. Okay, let's gather some mushrooms. A 4 becomes a 5. Here goes. Energy. You find a hidden grove where clouds of spores fizz in the air. You feel energized as you inhale the glittering powder. Well, I didn't get any mushrooms, but I don't have to eat. I don't have to pay to eat today. Oh man, what to do with these 2 6s? You know what? I might as well go out and get some more scrap. Might as well go out and get some more scrap. For hacking, and probably will. Do I want to use this 6 to do another engineering thing out at Bliss's place, or to get more scrap here? I could gather more mushrooms. Decisions are so hard. Well, let's use the 2 for hacking while I'm still debating what to do with this 6. I need a Havenage agent. You're a Havenage agent. Take this 2! Extra cryo and extra data. I could work on the sidereal. I could do at Bliss. Do at Bliss. I could work at Bliss's place. Mushrooms again. You know what? Let's go forage for mushrooms again. I'm feeling whimsical. Let's do some foraging. Of gorillas. In this micro-ecosystem, they are protected from other stranger growths. It's a pity that my garden hadn't come due when that happened. Oh well. Alright. Back across. Back across. We shall feed the stray. Yay! I'm going to do this every day until something happens. Okay, and use some scrap. to repair myself. I'm gonna make the stabilizer last for as long as possible with this scrap. Oh boy. Alright. More dice. I need more dice! And also, I want to know what that thing Bliss has been working on is. Those are nice dice. Thank you. Sleeper, long time. Moritz is smiling at you when you leave, clearly happy to see you again. You saw me yesterday, boy. Moritz, good to see you. Or Moritz. Moritz, good to see you. Same. He rubs his hands on his jacket. How you been? Working hard? Or really well? You know what? I have, in fact, been working hard. I bet. He grins. Well, you are always welcome to hang out at the bay if you want. He glances around. Actually, that's what I'm here about. It's kind of obvious. I know Bliss said she didn't want to take any more big jobs, but she's changed her mind, or something. He grins. Because now we have someone looking for a refit of their ship in our bay. You would not believe it. They want their entire ship disarmed. Cutting out defense arrays, weapon lockers, ship-to-ship countermeasures, the whole lot. He leans in. We'll be able to start an arms dealership with all the hardware we'll have up there when we are done. He laughs. Anyway, it's a massive job, and we need some hands. Bliss said to go get you. So come on up. Bliss is waiting on you to accept the job. He pauses. It'll be good to have you up there again. He grins. Like old times. I was there yesterday, boy. Okay. Let's go upstairs. Hey, Bliss. We're probably going to have just enough time to find out what the heck is going on with this. But yeah. When you enter the bay, it is weirdly quiet. Moritz must be out on some errand, and maybe Bliss is prepping the kit? Sleeper. Ankita is drifting at one side of the bay. You missed her completely when you came in. You've changed. You have a braid? What is going on? The idea of not seeing Ankita when you entered a room would have seemed unlikely to you several cycles ago, but seeing her without her armor, she seems smaller, less imposing. What are you doing here? Ankita finally got rid of the armor. Oh. Are you going to tell me why you're disarming your ship? I guessed it was you. I suspected it was you because your ship has been there the whole time. But I didn't expect confirmation instantly, you know? Ankita. She nods and kicks off from the wall, drifting closer. So what is this, she asks. Come to avenge Ashton or his sleeper? Or just looking for another payout? Her anger is familiar, but quieter than before, restrained. I don't want your dirty money. Don't start, or I don't want to fight. I actually don't want to fight. Then why are you here? She looks away, and you can tell her anger isn't directed at you in particular. It radiates off her like fire. You better be ready to sign, comes a shout from the bay entrance, because I've got my best repair tech coming up here especially, and they're going to... Bliss glides in, and suddenly stops herself when she sees you and Ankita standing off. We're not exactly standing off. We're aggressively being in the same room together. Well, one of us is aggressively being in the same room together. I'm honestly not sure what I'm doing. Oh, Sleeper, you are already here. Miss Cassetta, this is the tech I was telling you about. Best on the hook. She stops, looking between the two of you. Wait, do you two know each other? You and Ankita look at each other. We worked together. She's a killer. No. You know what? We worked together. Bliss squints at you both before continuing. Bliss produces a slate. Now, Miss Cassetta, if you'd like to sign our damage waiver here, we can start on the decommissioning. She looks at you. My tech here is eager to get started, as am I. Ankita scrawls her signature across the slate. Thank you. Bliss pauses. And everything is okay with the special payment terms we discussed? She gives Ankita a strange smile. All fine, says Ankita, giving you another hard look. Then she kicks off and drifts to the entrance. I'll be in the gimbal, she says, and leaves. Special payment terms? Or do you trust her? Special payment terms? She looks over her glasses at you. Look, Sleeper, there's something I have to tell you. She glances around again. What is she so nervous about? This isn't exactly a typical job. Miss Ankita, she gives you a knowing look, doesn't have the chits to pay us, so we've made a special agreement. She sighs. I'm leaving. Leaving? You joining a mercenary crew? Well, it's not much of a mercenary crew if the ship is disarmed. Leaving? Keep it down. I haven't told Moritz yet. She looks down, just waiting to break it to him. Don't you tell him either. She stares hard at you. I'll tell him when I'm ready, and I don't want him getting worried about Ankita's history. He can be very protective. You should tell him, or I've noticed. You should tell him. Look, all I care is that she's heading for the starboard belt. She looks out of the bay. That's where I'm headed. She turns back to face you. Also, I wanted to ask, she stops, unsure, if you'd like to come with us? I can't. I would. No. I like you. I think I might be willing to forgive Ankita. I'm not sure. But, no. I don't want to go to the starboard belt. No. I can't. But you should take Moritz. Offer Moritz the chance that you just offered me. I can't. She interrupts before you answer. I know things have been hard for you on the eye, and you've helped me so much. I asked Ankita if she'd carry 2 of us, and she said yes. Take Moritz, you idiot! Moritz will take over the bay anyway, although if you stay, you are welcome to help him run it. I just thought, she sighs, you might be in need of a fresh start as much as I am. She turns away nervously. Think about it anyway. The berth is there. We've got to finish the job first anyway. You made this decision without even asking Moritz what he wants. Don't be a bitch, okay? Ask the boy. Give him a chance to choose. And with that, she kicks away and heads to the racks before you can offer an answer. Moments later, Moritz enters with a new cutting torch for the disarming of the ambergris. The starboard belt. You push your thoughts to the back of your mind. Time to get to work. Oh, I just put that ship back together again. Okay, let's see here. Disarm amber. Ankita wants it all out. Weapons, countermeasures, torpedoes. It would be a risky job if you didn't know amber so well. Okay, refitting amber. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for half, which means 12 in total. You get between 3 and 1. Boy. Refitting amber. Once this job is ready, you better be ready to make a fast decision. Stay with Moritz or go with Ankita and Bliss. Why is everybody so sure Moritz is going to stay when nobody has consulted Moritz about it? I don't like this. I'm going to put a die into this. Mostly because it might get me scrap. But I don't like this turn of events. Three points into refitting amber. I did not get scrap from it. Alright. I think my mushrooms might be ready. They are. Okay, 5 into harvested mushrooms. Okay, what do we get? 1 club head, 1 matsutake. You carefully pick out the best developed caps from the mulch, especially fascinated by the aroma of the club-like bodies you discover. Okay. I am going to use this 4 on the side reel. I'm going to use this 5 to harvest more mushrooms. Oh yeah. That's another vial. Okay, so over here at the labs, that's 2 for stabilizer. I get to live. Okay. I feel like I am probably in late game, so I'm thinking maybe I should deliver the mushrooms over here. There is no timer on the Ankita job. Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to finish out the day by using up my dice, and then I'm going to go and hover over my home, and I will sleep next stream, because that seems to be working out well for me. So, the Climbing Briar, Supply Guru. Esha sees you coming up the broken spoke and waves you into the cavernous bay of the Climbing Briar. It's a repeatable action. Oh, fascinating. You came. Peek smiles as you walk into the Climbing Briar's cargo hold behind a gloomy Esha. They brought mushrooms. Esha tosses the mushroom caps onto a crate, raising her eyebrows at Peek. Peek gives her a look. Thank you, Sleeper. They pick one up and sniff at it. Are these edible? Yes. Try it. Stay silent. Yes. Peek turns the cap over in their fingers before putting it down. We're not so used to fresh produce. Esha is securing crates as she speaks and doesn't look up. Hawthorne doesn't have much in the way of farming. Hawthorne, they are acquired taste. Hawthorne? The installation we grew up on. Esha wipes off her hands on a rag. XPR loves to name their property after natural things, but that's about as far as their relationship with plant life goes. XPR? It's an interrogation. She glares. Either way, we're done with that place, which is all you need to know. Fair enough. Esha leans back and leads the crate she was securing. We're going to need more than a few mushrooms if we want to help those refugees, though. Why are they trapped? What do they need? I know why they're trapped, because they won't let them on the station. Because if they let all the refugees on the station's resources would be completely overwhelmed. It is a problem. What do they need? Food, water, components, a whole lot of things. Esha stands and walks over to the mushrooms you brought, placing them into a small container with care. The problem isn't just getting supplies, it's getting them through to the ships. Can't you just fly around? Can't you speak to Havenich? Can't you speak to Havenich? We aren't exactly welcome guests, Peaks explains. If anyone figures out that we came in with the refugee ships, we'll be quarantined as well. Why is there a quarantine? Are you both refugees? We already answered the second question, so why are they quarantined? Although I know why. Peak jumps in. The Eye has a closed-loop life support system, like any orbital installation. Any unfamiliar illness or significantly increased strain on life support could cause a cascading collapse in its systems. Esha scoffs. Are we making excuses for these bureaucrats now? No, we are explaining why they've made the decisions they've made. Peak turns. We are being realistic, Esha. But these people aren't an increased strain. They are living people. Esha stares at you. Even calling them refugees is just a way of turning a lot of scared, desperate people into a single monolithic group. I understand the argument from both sides here, and that is unfortunate because that means that there is no actual solution here. Because both arguments are 100% correct, and there's no compromise in between it. All the refugees come onto the station collapses. All the refugees forbidden from the station, the refugees die. What answer is there? There isn't one. Esha slides the container full of mushrooms into one of the cargo hold's racks. Look, as much as I'd like to chat, we've still got a lot of space to fill in this hole, so if you're going to help... I think Esha is trying to say, we need your help and quickly, Peak says, glancing at her. The refugees behind the cordon, they won't be able to hold out indefinitely. We need to get supplies to them in the next 12 cycles, or... Esha steps forward. Or Havenage will have to bear the responsibility for whatever happens next. What can I do? I'll help if I can. I'll help if I can. Peak looks nervously at Esha. They were hoping for something more concrete. Yeah, well, you should have been slightly less... It would be an incredibly nice person to promise, oh yes, I'm absolutely helping, 100%, no problem, it's going to happen for you. When faced with this wall of cactus needles that is Esha. She wants to fight with me so bad. There's 3 things we still need to secure. Water, food, and scrap components for ship repairs. Esha gestures to the storage containers around the hold. Water we can find a way to source, or my preference just siphon off from the underground reservoirs in the Greenway. You're stealing! Peak raises their eyebrows. Esha. She ignores them. For food, things could be tricky. Those mushrooms are delicious, I'm sure, but no way we can get enough volume to feed a flotilla. However, I saw an algae stack on the way over. If we can get access... Not more stealing, Esha, Peak sighs. I didn't say steal. She glares at them indignantly. If we can get access, we can work the stack, harvest some algae for the flotilla. Those stacks churn out vast quantities in short timescales. And the repair components? Peak asks tentatively. Esha smiles. Just look around you, Peak. This whole place is made of scrap. She shoots you a glance. And I'm sure the Sleeper has their sources. They can bring them right here. Excuse? We get everything before time runs out. Perfect. We get most of it. Also good. Either way, in 12 cycles, I'm going to take what we have and go. But how will you get through? Or, that sounds problematic. Oh, this whole plan is bad. This is a bad plan. I don't... Ooh. Tactics not found. Oh no. Strategy file missing. 404. Ah! But how will you get through if you do go? Esha shoulders a container. I thought I'd leave that up to you, Peak. Oh, great. Poor Peak. They flinch. Are you serious? Esha, I know we said we would help the flotilla, but at what point... They stop and take a breath. Take this seriously, Esha. I don't know the first thing about breaching a quarantine cordon. Maybe not. Esha looks at you, but they might. They slipped out from an SNR facility, didn't they? Plus, they've been here longer than us. You're always trying to get me to find help. Well, here it is. She gestures at you. Help. Oh no. This is not the kind of help. Oh no. Oh, you're so short-sighted you can't even see the end of your nose. Oh no. Peek glances between the two of you. I swear to... They sigh. I need to think this one through. Meet me at the cordon in a couple of cycles, Sleeper. Maybe we can figure something out. Meanwhile, Esha meets your eye. You can help me acquire the supplies. Discreetly. She smiles. We'll have to keep this quiet, keep Havenage out of the loop. Once they get suspicious, this is over for all of us. This all suddenly seems a little too real, too dangerous. You've only just found your feet on the eye. This is not a time for causing trouble. Come find us. We'll be out there trying to pull this all together. Esha goes to the back of the hold to start packing another container. Peek, come help me. Peek glances back at her. Sleeper, look, we didn't choose this either. They lower their voice. Help us finish this. We've set up a base camp on the Broken Spoke. You are welcome to rest there in any of the cots while we work on this. They smile. We are in this together. Peek! Esha shouts, and they walk back into the hold to help with the container. As you leave the climbing briar, you look out at the broken edge of the eye's ring, where Havenage Cordon blinks with tiny red lights. What are you getting yourself into? What am I getting myself into? I'm not sure I want to be involved in this. It's another place to sleep. Yeah, it's a very basic place to sleep. Okay. Alright, and what is going on in here now? Okay, scrap for the flotilla. One of the three things the flotilla needs are components for repairs. There's a lot of ships, which means a lot of scrap components. Briar's Hold. The flotilla needs food, water, and components. You might not be able to get all of them, but Esha will take what you can get. Peek's plan. All the supplies in the world are nothing without a plan to get them to the flotilla. That's Peek's part in this. Esha's run. The clock is running. In 12 cycles, Esha will make her run to the flotilla. The better prepared she is, the better the result will be. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I hate it. I'm gonna use the 6 to get more scrap because I need it. Yay, scrap! Oh, lordy. Oh. Algae stack. Okay. Negotiate access. The algae stack is controlled by a small collective of farmers. If you want to use it, you'll need to persuade them. Algae access. Much to Esha's frustration, you'll have to pay or talk your way into using the algae stack to farm food for the refugees. Okay. Reservoir S3. Water storage and processing. Havenage alert. Havenage alert. Okay, Hacked sensors. The reservoir is monitored by a web of sensors. Hacking them will reduce the alert level of the system and keep you from getting locked out. Great. Great. Siphon water. Water for the flotilla. Mine is condition. Oh boy. The only way for Esha to get enough water together is to siphon it directly from the station's reservoirs. Havenage will not be pleased. That results in water for the flotilla. Esha needs tanks and tanks of water if she hopes to help the flotilla. Anything less is worthless to her. And Havenage alert. Havenage have installed a complex sensor array to monitor the reservoir. Trip this and the whole place will go into lockdown. There's part of me that just wants to trip it on purpose. Oh man, I don't want to steal such massive amounts of resource from the station in order to help the quarantined refugees. Okay, all the way to the other end. How far along are we on the... Oh, we're very close. I am feeling a great deal of concern. Scrap is very precious to me. Scrap is life. I don't really want to give them scrap. Okay, let's use the 4 to negotiate access to the algae stack, because that seems, to me, that seems like the probably least harmful. Hopefully. Okay, some algae access, please. Okay. Delicate negotiations to be performed over several days. I'm not feeling good about the stealing the water part. Okay, Alright, import, export. It's 3 Matsutake at the import, export. And then at the Bantayan, it is 1 Matsutake for food purposes. Perfect. Alright. Take these mushrooms. Whoop, too far. And let's go. Matsutake requires softer touch. You've learned to thinly slice and lightly fry them to keep their flavor. There they go. How much food do I get? Like, how much energy do I get from this? 3! Dang! Alright. And that is my dice and my activities for the day. I'm really not feeling good about aid for the flotilla. Especially the siphoning of the water. The scrap, I'm just greedy because it's keeping me alive. But this is an absolutely massive amount of water this woman wants. And the station is, as said, a closed-loop system. Siphoning that much water out of the place. Oh, it gives me the yick. To put it mildly. We don't like it, precious. But yeah, these are all problems for future Foxwine, is what I'm thinking. I want to help them. but this does not feel like a good way of helping them, but okay. Problems for future Foxwine. Current Foxwine is going to be calling it a night here. Because, oh man, I gotta sit and stew with these decisions. I'm glad I didn't actually fight with Ankita. The whole actions thing, it's not that I distrust her, it's that I know she will only ever make decisions for herself. And I don't know that looking after other people will ever be. Yeah, she's just selfish, I guess. And I mean, I am too, because I want to hoard my scrap. But yeah, this is all very heavy. But if you want to see what's been happening in Citizen Sleeper and all of the stuff that I'm referring to, good news! You can find it on my YouTube channel, which I have just linked to in the chat. There's a playlist there for Citizen Sleeper specifically, which will allow you to catch up on exactly what the gameplay loop here is, why I have anxiety over the entire game, and what exactly has been going on, and all the backstories that I have managed to gather so far, and that glorious stuff. And you know what? There's all the other series in there as well, if you have more time. But if you prefer to see me live, good news, I will be back again tomorrow night. Starting at approximately 7:15 or so, once we get a game together, I will be playing either Among Us, or 100% Orange Juice, or Scribble It, or possibly some combination of the above with my friends. Which game we play depends on how many people we have, which people we have, and whether we switch games depends on whether people arrive late or leave early, or that sort of stuff. We do have a formula. It makes a lot more sense in practice than it does coming out of my mouth, I promise. And that's how it goes. Then on Wednesday, sometime between 10:15 and 10:30, when my friends band me for this whole thing that they call sleeping while it's dark, that is when I will be switching over to my solo Valheim server, where I will be continuing to attempt to take care of goblin problems, which I have surrounded myself with, partially on purpose and mostly by accident. There is a goblin village that I have been working diligently at clearing out. I think I've got it about half clear at this point, so I've been making good progress on that one. But in setting up a place to approach the goblin village from, I found a goblin war camp. And that is a bit of a concern, especially since there does not appear to be a place to hide while I shoot at things with that one. So we'll see how well that works. I don't think I'll be getting to the war camp next stream. The village is probably going to take up most of the stream, interspersed with some farming. I'm sorry for that noise. I don't know what that noise was, but it was nasty. Then on Thursday night, I will be starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and I will be playing Hades for Try Not to Die Thursday. I'll be continuing on the campaign that I've been working on, with the main goal of gathering diamonds and keys. In order to get diamonds, I need to get jewels, so the basic thing is to try and get my hands on jewels and keys, and also, whatever purple stuff I can get my hands on, but mostly after jewels and keys. Very important. Also getting my hands on some nectar might be nice, but I will, we'll be working on that as it goes, basically. But there are two main materials I'm after, so it shouldn't be too complicated. Hopefully I will make it to the end of Elysium again. Hopefully I will make it out of Elysium. Who knows? I'm going to try very, very hard. Then I will return again on Sunday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. I will be playing Baldur's Gate 3, where I only have one side quest left. Just one. I'm going to complete that side quest, and then there's absolutely no choice but to continue on the main plot. It's been actual months while I've been distracted by these side quests, but the main plot is coming up again, and it's gonna be a doozy. So that is what's going to be coming up next stream, because I do not expect that completing this one side quest is going to take all stream. So that's going to be a whole thing. It's going to be fun. We're going to have fun. It's going to be fine. I'm very nervous, actually. The main plot has a bunch of very difficult fights coming up, and that's going to be a thing. And then next Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I'll be playing Planet Zoo for Management Monday. I'll be continuing work on the Nocturne Zoo, my glorious nighttime zoo that only has nocturnal animals in it, where I should hopefully be finally finishing the train station. This one's taking quite a bit of time to construct because the gables are a little tricky. I'm working on them. They are coming along, but yeah, I'm still. It's being worked on. I have the main structure all laid out now. I still have the clock tower to build, but it's mostly filling in and figuring out how to do the ceilings at this point. So that's going to be very interesting from a building standpoint. But I should hopefully be finishing that train station next week and then turning my attention over to a new habitat. So that is the plan. And then next Tuesday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Citizen Sleeper, where we're going to find out what the heck is going on with these refugees. Hopefully my special seed from the gardener AI will sprout and I'll find out what's going on with that. And, maybe, finish some more things off. I do seem to be running out of the progress type things to do, so I do think that I am approaching more of the end game, which is why I started the refugee thing. But who knows how long the refugee thing is going to take to work my way through. So we'll see about that. We'll see about all of that. And that is seeing the schedule for my upcoming week, all the games I'm going to be playing, and everything that I intend to do in those games, as much as I can make plans for anything without spoilers, which I am working without spoilers. So I have to make guesses at a lot of stuff. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's great because even when I have to guess and make plans based on bad information, I still have fun. And I have had a lot of fun tonight, even though I had that real burst of anxiety partway through when my source of life dried up. But now I've got a new source, and it's all good. I'm feeling great. It's been so much fun tonight, and I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have. And I hope that you all have a great night. Good night.